jump right into it. All right, we look good visually. We're all good. Let's get started. There is ever little downtime on the ship, as, while not on a mission, most of the crew finds themselves performing maintenance tasks on the vessel itself or the weapons and armor complement of the ground crew. And any downtime is spent pursuing personal goals like research or whatever leisure can be found. Cleon has spent an inordinate amount of time investigating the history of Earth, finding much of it frustratingly obscured. Earth's recorded history stops at the year 2099 and doesn't pick up again until 2164 with the loss of Earth and the beginning of humanity's migration era in the year 2165. The information seems hidden, but each time a wall or some mysterious file folder is opened, it is found to be empty, just like the one on the Alliance runner. You wonder to yourself how this information could be lost, only to think this isn't lost. This information was removed, possibly even destroyed. Clearly, whatever happened in those 65 years, someone does not want known. Even the first few years, once recording began again, provide precious little information, as if what was recorded was picked and chosen. A list of ships containing a few 100 million colonists, a few dozen names of the representatives of those ships, a stated intent to find a new home. But even here, something is off. One more representative name than the number of ships. But which one is the extra name? You find yourself lost in the thought as a call rings through the ship. Captain Black calls out, "A new mission briefing, full ground crew to report to the briefing room in 20 minutes. Cleon, you find it hard to pull yourself away from your task, but the jarring realization that whatever mission this is must be a high priority to pull the ship from its current destination, resupply, and a meeting for quite possibly the highest paying and most dangerous job the crew has ever taken, though there has been no discussion of that beyond the captain and yourself. You shift your terminal into sleep mode and prepare for the meeting, also realizing the full ground crew in the briefing room will be quite cramped. Why not have it in the drop bay? Of late, Cherry has found herself spending more time in the galley, talking to Mora about anything from weapons to the particular dishes she chooses to cook. But on your own time, you've been researching the Black on Starlit Night. It seems to be a common description for an abnormally large, brutal, and stealthy ship. But most of what you find are wives' tales that describe it as something not unlike a ghost ship. Most of the time, the vessel moves in and decimates a smaller colony, taking everything that could be useful or that has value while butchering its residents. Survivors of this vessel's attacks aren't just uncommon, they are virtually unheard of. You find yourself asking Captain Black about the rumors. Given he's been freelancing for well over a decade, he seemed your best source of information, at least that you could access now. You meet him in the briefing room outside his quarters, like any other briefing, but you find him pacing back and forth. He was silent for an uncomfortably and uncharacteristically long time before he finally spoke. Cherry, when you came to my ship, I knew full well your hatred of pirates and the vengeance you sought, and I was all for it. But this was not where I expected that vengeance to take us. I know of this ship, this Black on Starlit Night. We have to play this one safe. No going off half-cocked the moment I tell you what little I know. We'll prepare and look into this when I feel we're ready. Do we have a deal? Hesitantly, you nod. Captain Black continues. All these accounts describe the same ship, designated as Black Sky. They go at least 100 years back, and what little physical description we have of its crew, describe a veritable army, moving in disconcerting unison, fighting as if they could see through each other's eyes. In the few accounts I managed to find, there are at least 100 of these troops that sweep across a colony like a plague of locusts. With the descriptions of the ship itself, I don't see a universe where we'd win that fight. 10 times our size and at least as fast as we are, armed to the teeth and with the ability to blot out most sensors. I'll put my feelers out and see if I can find something, but even if I do, we need more time, more gear, hell, more crew and another ship or two. My advice? For now, let's get the cash, bank favors, and kit ourselves out. Hopefully, by the time we find this ship, we'll be equipped to take them down. I'll loop Cleon in in the near future. Get his tactical input, but for now, let's keep this between us. We'll inform the rest of the crew once we have a better grasp on what we're doing here. He turns back to the ship terminal with a sigh. If it helps, the bounty on this thing is 100,000 credits. With that said, it's so dangerous it makes the job we're about to supply for look like a cozy bath. He looks over his shoulder at you. Get some rest. We're a few days out from resupply. Since that meeting, you found yourself arranging and rearranging your quarters to take your mind off the rage further building inside you. The shelves in your room are now filled with brilliant gemstones and other curious stones that you've collected. You're thinking to yourself that your shelves are nearly full, and you'll need a few more installed if you keep this up. The captain's call startles you, derailing the thought, but you find yourself anxious for another mission to take your mind off all this, although you are quite perplexed that it is happening before the resupply. You quickly grab your coat and head to the briefing. As the captain's voice calls through the ship, it pulls your attention, Armilla. As you're putting the finishing touches on your research report, your brief work with Rothbeck, the Vatborn scientist on New Factory, who was researching Vatborn infertility, led to a number of revelations. Unfortunately, most of those revelations further reinforced Vatborn infertility and led to the culprit. For as deliberate as the intent Vatborn infertility was, the actual method by which it was achieved seems more akin to an accident. Simply put, the very immune system that grants the Vatborn their resilience and longevity eats away at any chance they could have at reproduction. In short, if a Vatborn wished to have a child, they would be required to take supplements to weaken their immune system for the duration of the pregnancy, and even before it. Rothbeck was appreciative of your help, but you find yourself leaving with both of you unsatisfied. Rothbeck vowed to continue his research. While this provided little light toward the longevity of your own species, you found it enlightening to know that the strength of the Vatborn immune system prolonged their life as much as it prevented them from creating new life. Though, with the difference in your physiology and that of humans, Vatborn or otherwise, this served as little benefit to your actual goal. You type the last bit of your report, shutting your terminal down and exiting your lab as you head toward the briefing. Xylos, you found yourself further modifying the bots to return some of their previous autonomy. Nothing excessive, just peeling back some of the protocols that had been set in place by the prior ship's roboticist. It seems she was a little paranoid about the bots rebelling or something, forcing you to be there to give the bots instruction for nearly every move. In fact, at this point, the only reason you hadn't made the modifications sooner was the novelty of directly controlling the bots. But it's worn thin at this stage. After consulting Captain Black on the matter, he just chuckled at the idea, saying he'd been wondering why you didn't do so sooner. You lean back, putting the finishing touches on the second bot to receive the modification, or more accurately, reversion of the modification, as Captain Black's voice rings through the intercom. With a satisfied grin, you order the bot back to its charging station and head to the briefing. As you all file in to the briefing room beside the captain's quarters, you find it's been rearranged to accommodate the full ground crew. The table has been removed, and instead it's set up more like a theater, all chairs facing the terminal at the opposite side of the room. Captain Black starts the meeting quickly. Right. Let's make this quick. It's rather cramped in here. We've gotten a distress call from a nearby colony. Some massive unknown vessel is on a collision course for their world, and they aren't responding to hails. And before you ask, he motions towards one of the twins. Rylan, we can't just shoot it down. That ship is too close, and the debris' damage to the colony would be catastrophic. Instead, he flicks on the display showing the external scans of the ship. The ship is just over 3.5 kilometers long, and just under that in width, and half that in height. All in all, around 20 times our size, and it will crash down in 38 hours. We've been asked to board the thing and alter its course. Whether we do that diplomatically with whomever is aboard or do so manually seems to be up to us. I say, play it by ear, but ask first if you find someone to ask. Nicely. We aren't sure who these folks are, as neither the colony nor I were able to find this ship in any of the known nor I were able to find this ship in any database of known ships. Cleon, you're staring at this ship. You're certain you recognize it. You focus in on the massive central dome, and the image of the old Earth colony ships comes to mind. Quickly you speak up, apologizing for the interruption, but stating, despite the modifications, you recognize the vessel as an old Earth colony ship. Captain Black looks at you confused for a moment before speaking, as his fingers dance across the terminal's keys. Old Earth? Then it should have come up in the database suite. After a few moments, he manages to pull up the locked files of Old Earth. But before you can even offer him access to yours, he's broken through. The captain clearly has talents most of you are unaware of. I'm actually going to pull that. With a few more flicks, his fingers, an image of an old Earth colony ship appears before you on the display. The captain leans back, a hand on his hip and the other on his chin. Huh. That does look mighty similar. With another swipe of the keys, the deck plans appear beside the unknown ship. That's bang on. Good work, Cleon. Lucky you were looking into Old Earth now, huh? With a little more work on the keys, the deck plans overlay the scans of the ship. I imagine this will give you everything. This will give you everything we need to get right here. He taps on the tower-like section labeled Command Deck, and it explains Murdetto's scans. This massive dome at the center is an arboretum. Seems it served as generational oxygen supply and food growth. He chuckles to himself. Fascinating design. You can really tell humans did not have magic back then. Right. So, Murdetto's report gives us some information, and this gives us clarification on it. Our scans read this arboretum has grown out of control, stretching into adjacent habitats. Or at least that's my assumption, based on the bioform scan readings, this place as teeming with life. The section of additions, both engines and most of the habitats appear to be heavily damaged, but most still have varying levels of oxygen, though at least 2 of the habitats are exposed to the vacuum of space, so those will be best avoided if it can be helped. Unfortunately, we have very little other information. And doubly unfortunately, we'll have to dock to get you in there. And the only place to do that is on the opposite side of the ship to your destination. We'll have one team securing the docking area while the other traverses the ship to get to the command deck. Thoughts on the team, Cleon? Cleon, you respond. Myself, Cherry, Armilla, Weirick, Rylan, and Sovok. You look around the room before continuing. Actually, could we take Spook? I believe her talents would potentially be invaluable on this mission. The captain nods. Her training and abilities would come in handy, certainly, though she isn't typically ground crew. He stands stroking his chin. That will be your team then. I will let her know, and she'll join you if she is willing. We'll be arriving in... Black checks the time on the terminal beside him. 19 hours and 42 minutes. I'd like all of you in the hall to the docking bay at that time. Any questions? Anybody?
One. Am I coming along or not?
Yes.
Okay. And also, is this ship just in free fall towards the planet, or is it flying at the planet?
It seems the planet seems to be its destination, though it is only on coasting power at this stage, as the engines are too damaged to carry it further. Though they should be able to redirect it if they're activated soon enough before collision.
That's what the other team is gonna maybe focus on. Well,
yeah, they're going to secure that area, and yeah, they can ensure that the engines are at least in a state where repositioning is viable.
Right.
Yeah, I can't turn left if the engines won't say turn left.
Right.
And I guess ultimately, if it's like we've got 10 minutes before it crashes into the planet, we'll be notified of that, and we can abandon efforts and get out of there. But yeah, sounds good to me. I don't have any questions.
And do we know anything about these potential old human life forms?
I mean, nothing specific. I will say, in your research, the all of the information on the old Earth colony ships is very like tailored. It's curated. They don't even talk about losing ships along the way. It's like very like parsed down to only like, you know, the what's the term I want? Make them look better because like they succeeded and they didn't lose anything to get there, right?
Sugar coated, kind of maybe.
Yeah, sugar coated is definitely what it is. But clearly, at least one ship was lost because it's right there.
Like crossing the Atlantic in the 1600s.
Sure. Nothing went wrong for sure. But
this might be an appropriate time to actually for Cleon to say, and I'll check real quick before he says it. Oni Nafari, Cleon, I think understands at this point that just from empirical experience that Oni Nafari is referring to Earth. Is that correct?
You don't know.
I thought Cleon had figured that out at this point based on, because he knows Oni Nafari was referring to the place that he was found. Isn't that right?
At no point was it referred to as the place that you were found. It's just anytime you go to find information on Earth, there is a linked like data point that is Oni Nafari. Like imagine if you're searching for information and every time you get to the information you're looking for, there's an extra tag that's like, what is this? It's Oni Nafari.
Okay. I think I may have connected some dots that weren't, you know, but I got it now. I understand. So he won't say anything then. Yeah,
like you could potentially make that assumption, but without further information, it's just, you know, an assumption.
Okay. I thought something had happened so that it wasn't an assumption anymore, but based on that fact, he wouldn't say anything because of his lawful nature. He's not going to say it until he knows it for sure. So
yeah, like I think in your mind that's probably a suspicion.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. No more questions? All right. Dismissed. Cleon, hang back a moment. Xylos, if you could, wait just outside the door as well. Once it's just the two of you, Cleon, Captain Black steps next to you and begins speaking. Those colony ships aren't in the databases. Any of them. Not the Elven Protectorate, the Dwarven Mining Coalition, not even the Kobold Scrappers Guild. That shouldn't be possible. Not unless someone manually removed them from all of them. You've managed to stumble onto quite the conspiracy. There might be some information to find on that ship, as old as it may be. I'll get some kinda universal adapter for that pirate override device from a few weeks ago. I've modified it to quickly download data rather than take over a system for a different project I was working on. Find a powerful, stable terminal if you can, plug the thing in, and download anything you can. It does have limited capacity on it, and a ship that size, even that old, there might be too much data, so you might just need to copy the oldest files. With a knowing look, he waits a moment to see a response before speaking again.
No, it says understood.
I'll get that to you by the time you go.
Okay.
On another note, Black steps to the door, pulling it open. Xylos, if you'll step in, please. Xylos moves into the room, and the captain closes the door behind him. Cleon, those coordinates you brought to me, brought to my attention, something about a helmet and a distress signal. That will take us into Xylos's neck of the woods. We can't head there for a few weeks, but I figured I'd let you both know. In case you want to make a detour, Xylos. Maybe folks back home will be glad to hear from you. That's all I had for the two of you. You've got about 19 hours to get ready, so get going.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It looks like you guys will be near your home soon.
Nice.
Uh, you all find yourselves waiting in the hall on time. A tight squeeze, especially. So this is the 19 hours later. Especially with Anzo's looming form at the front. You can see he is itching to press the button and get out of this crowded hall. Murdetto's voice crackles through your radios. We're about a minute from docking. Just thought you lot should know the Arboretum looks so badly overgrown that you can see some plant life growing up through the sealed blast plating and pressing into the dome's glass. Another 100 years, and I'm not sure even glass that thick will hold. As the radio clicks off, Tens comes floating down the hall, calling for Cleon. Cleon! Cleon! A thin cylindrical robot, 3 feet tall, floating around on a hover mechanism, with 8 arms, each pair, on a mechanism that swivels around their core, as they jet down the hall, a device in hand. Quickly, they shove it into your hand, Cleon, stating, do you have any idea how hard it is to figure out an adapter for tech older than everyone in this hallway combined?
Oh.
Me neither. I just
how
daisy-chained a few things together. Watch out for overheating. Best of luck. The hovering bot the hovering bot's head fully rotates away from you as they jet off. Before you can respond, you're like, thank you, and they're like halfway down the hallway. You all hear the thunking as the ship docks, pulling your attention away from the floating bot. Captain Black rings over the radio. You're clear. Get going. And remember, we're on a timer before this thing crashes and burns. But I believe you can get it done with enough time to party on the colony before the timer is up. You all pile through the airlock into the other ship. A slow process compared to just dropping all at once in the drop pod. But after about 15 minutes, a decent section of the cargo bay is secured, and the ship is secured. The ship has definitely taken hefty damage. Quite a few crates are strewn about, with broken ceiling tiles collapsed down, exposing sparking circuitry. This area seems to be in some kind of low power mode, but from here, according to the deck plans and map of the breaches, you know exactly where to go, i.e. the door to the Arboretum. The forward ground crew groups together to push forward. You've all seen Spook before, but in this dim light, her translucent, faintly glowing blue skin that reveals the skull beneath is all the more terrifying. Equipped with little more than a single slug thrower and wearing an armored jumpsuit, most of you are unsure of what specific training she may have, and Cleon finds himself hoping you don't need to see it in action. As you walk down the corridor that will eventually lead to the Arboretum, you come to a sealed door. Let's have all of you give me a perception check.
Our favorite roll.
Oh, got it on disadvantage.
Oh.
If you, roll the disadvantage or whatever, just take the first number.
Yeah.
We'll have Cleon's token represent your current location on the ship.
I'm just impressed with all those plants.
Well, you're not to the Arboretum yet.
Oh, darn.
So you're
my eyes are on the
it.
Arboretum, obviously.
Just like peering through a window. Wow. Plants growing like around and outside of blast doors, pressing between glass and the metal plates of the blast doors. Not much to actually see, but it's there. All right. So just ahead of you guys, you see this like large door with a terminal next to it. This is all like a very just by comparison to what you're used to, like older tech. You can see that the terminal itself and the by proxy the like door it's connected to seem to be in a very low power state. You can't just like standing here in front of the door looking at it, like you don't see anything that you can do, but you guys can go investigate the terminal or the door if you'd like.
Xylus will like if there's everything's still closed off, right? So
Yeah.
of that, Xylus would definitely go to the terminal and see about getting access to information of the state of the for one, what's gone on here, or just anything like the state of the doors and
Sure.
everything like that.
Yeah, you sort of flip a few switches and you poke at it a bit and you realize it's in a very low power state and it needs an external power source to give it a jump because it seems to have like lost connection with its primary power source somehow. Unclear without the extra power to like analyze the system or anything. What would you like to do? Would you like to try and do something about that?
Are there multiple terminals? Or just that one?
I mean, at the moment, you guys are standing next to this terminal in front of the big door. There are no other terminals.
Okay.
I suppose you could go back and look for other terminals.
Xylus will immediately say, upon finding that, about how it seems like it doesn't have a proper power source to connect to.
Anybody got any ideas on power sources? Oh, what? That thing that the doctor brought. I wasn't 1,000% clear on what the purpose of that was. It's like a robot or something?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
The doctor ran up to Cleon.
That was Tens. That was not the doctor. That was
not
Tens.
Doctor. Right.
Who was the engineer? He was giving you. They were giving you the device that Captain Black was talking about.
Okay. Got it. Understood. So that's just in my bag at this point.
Yeah. You guys can give me an intelligence check, or you can give me like an engineering check if you'd like to sort of try and figure out how you could maybe give more power to this terminal and hopefully also the door.
Could maybe Cleon do a scan to see if there's any power sources nearby, and that's what he'll do.
Yeah, go for it.
So like a hand scanner. What did I roll? Ugh. My scanner was turned off.
There's I'd say with like the sparking circuitry and the fact that you just don't like directly recognize like 85% of the technology around here, you're just not sure of what you're looking at. Xylos, I seem to have accidentally closed my thing here. Hold on. Let me reopen this. It's going to probably come up here. Sorry, stream. Let me move that.
I also had a question, but I don't want to interrupt, so...
Go for it while I look for this.
Okay. I was going to ask if Cherry could test one of her like laser batteries, if that would be enough power.
Yeah, sure. I imagine you like sort of offer it up as an idea while Xylos is standing there. Xylos, so you're sort of looking at the terminal. It does have like a backup battery section that seems to have like been burnt out, and like whatever battery was in there has like fallen out, and it's just like scorched. Following Cherry's suggestion, you would have to like do some quick rewiring, and you'd probably have to I'm forgetting the name of the thing, but like, do something to like lower the wattage or what have you, right? To get it into the terminal. But that could very well work if you'd like to give that a shot.
And yeah, Xanos will sort of bring that up to Sherry and Cleon, and take me a few minutes, but what do you say?
Reverse the polarity.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
All right, yeah, so I'll...
Yeah, give me an engineering check.
Okay. For this, it's engineering dex.
Go for it, yeah. Like, you know what you're doing.
Oh,
You really know what you're doing.
I know what I'm doing.
You know what you're doing, and you do it well. I mean, I'd say with that,
replaced the
like,
AA battery.
you're like, yeah, this will take like 5 minutes, and then 90 seconds later, you're like, oh, never mind, I'm done. And you've got it wired in there. And even though, like, as you sort of boot up the terminal, which we'll get to that in a minute, it looks like this is more power than the terminal like typically can have, and like the excess power is being diverted to the door. So that's going to be very helpful. It looks like, well, the terminal itself has relatively limited access to like command systems, which is not that surprising. Not only can it open the door, it can sort of give you a scan of like the current status of the ship, like like reports of hull breaches and stuff like that. Which for those of you who can see it, like on the map, the big black splotches are like hull breaches and exposed to the vacuum of space. So if you'd like,
yes,
you can sort of like pull up that information. I mean, it's not even that difficult. It's not hidden or anything, because like that's kind of a safety issue at that point. One thing you do note is that this northern, like on the screen that you guys can see, on the northern part, all 3 of these habitats, some more obviously than others. I should change colors because you can't see that right now. How do you change the color of your ruler? You can't. That's just rude. Okay, here, I'll go through this way. So this one, and this one are all in lockdown. They're not in, hey, we're exposed to space lockdown. They're in like an actual system lockdown that was like manually put in. Add to that, you can see with this, and I imagine you can pull out your scanner like and like overlay the information that you're getting onto the information that you already had, and you get 3 distinct paths that can take you to the command tower, the command deck, whichever. And I'll pop these out visual for everybody. You've got these 3 distinct paths. The northern path very clearly goes through the area that's in lockdown. The central path does not, but it takes you through pretty much the entirety of the Arboretum. The southern area the southern path does take you through some of these add-ons, and takes you by a lab in the Arboretum. So it's just a matter of which of these 3 areas you guys feel like would be best.
Can Xylos affect the lockdown with his superpowers? His flash of genius?
Let's start with give me a computer use as you're sort of like checking out the lockdown.
Okay. Is that computer use intelligence?
Yes, please. So the first thing that you notice is as you're tippy tapping and flipping switches and like turning dials and stuff on this like old world terminal. The first thing that you notice is only one of those 3 habitats is actually exposed to the vacuum of space. The other 2 are not. Despite the fact that like initial like at the initial glance and with the damage that they suffered, you would think they would be. You cannot remove the lockdown from here. You would have to go there and try to remove it. It doesn't look like something that's going to be very easy. This is like a maximum security lockdown. You think it's possible, but you're not sure how easy that it would be. I will ask Cleon, have you informed the rest of your ground team about this task to go download information from a computer terminal?
Just knowing what I know, I kind of feel like maybe no, I haven't, because I don't feel like the captain pulled me aside to tell me something that he wanted everybody to know necessarily. So until it comes to a point where he kind of needs to, I think Cleon wouldn't say anything.
Well, I will just throw this out there. Cleon does not have the skill set to know where the type of terminal described would be. That is something you would have to ask someone else. You just do not know.
What? Yeah. And my whole mentality was, I was thinking that I would ask that when we got to that point, but now that I'm thinking about it, now's the point. So I think this is, Cleon would bring up that, remember what Tens brought me, that's related to something the captain has tasked me to do. I need to find this kind of terminal, and I'll pull the item out if it helps, and show it to Xylos. Say it needs to work with this item, and can you find it in your scans anywhere on the on the ship?
So I think with your skill expertise, you don't even have to roll. You don't necessarily know, like, quote unquote exactly what the device is, but you sort of, like, from context clues, and you understand what's going on, and that he's going to need a terminal. And kind of the issue that you see with this is, in theory, there could be a terminal of that nature in the command deck, but you sort of, like, step back from the terminal that you've been looking at. And you're like flipping through, and you switch from the current ship that you're looking at to the actual old world colony ship without the modifications and the scans that you guys just did, and you, like, double tap on the lab. And you're like, they have a computer core in the standard version of this ship in the lab. You're not entirely sure if it would give you the information you need, but it would basically be 2 opportunities instead of only the 1 at the command deck, if you went the path of the lab.
And obviously he'd share all of that.
Yeah, I feel like Clan would, like, have said all that in his own words to everybody, and
yeah, fair enough.
Maybe in the process saying, does everybody, or maybe to Xylos, just getting a second opinion on going through the lab. So the southern path, would that be? Does anybody have any objections? Maybe is the best way. I don't know if he would do that if he's in charge, but. Yeah. I'm also not the only player here, so are all the players on board?
Like, from Xylos' perspective, like, he can't. It doesn't see any downside of going the lab route rather than any other route. Oh, one other thing actually I want to do is, could I do an insight on Cleon? Based on the things that I helped him sort of open up about Earth from the sort of Wii ship before.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because, like, from Xylos' interest in it, it's sort of like finding out about what happened in Lincolnshire back in the Dark Ages. Like, sure. Like, it might be an interesting thing to sort of look up, but don't really care. But I'm sort of more. I was more thinking of, like, if I stumble across things that I think, Cleon might be interested in it. But no, I'm not going to be able to think Cleon's going to be interested in that. Something I stumble across. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. I mean, Cleon's a statue, right? Like, he's just playing it close to his chest, or maybe you're just oblivious, or both.
A bit of both, yeah.
Yeah, he just seems to be interested in accessing computer terminals that are like high powered and have the potential for access to that information, and you've given him what you know. So it does sound like the southern path is the best option. For that task, that is. Yeah. Whereas the straight route would definitely be the shortest option.
Right. If we go north, for instance, or even the straight option, and nothing pans out, we'd have to swing back through the lab anyway to try
right
that as the last option. So,
like, for example, if you went north and couldn't lift the lockdown,
right,
you'd have to go to one of the other two options anyways.
Right. We may be able to get this out of the way at the lab, but then all we got to worry about is, the last objective.
Correct.
So, I'm good to go.
Okay, I'll divert power to the doors when people are ready.
We got 7 of us, right? Yeah.
So we're going to go through the Arboretum, right? On the way to a lab?
The lab is in the Arboretum, so yes.
Right. So I am totally for this.
Right. So you hit the button and the massive doors like pulling open, and you see relatively short compared to a lot of the other corridors in the ship, but like long corridor and very wide. From here to the Arboretum, and all the way at the other ends, maybe I want to say 70 feet away, 60 feet away, something like that. You see another massive door, and you guys, I imagine, start moving toward it. Which, as you guys move down, if there's no delay or anything, I'll have you guys give me perception checks when you guys get to about 30 feet away from the door.
Okay, I think not Rylan, the other one, the other twin.
Oh, you didn't take
both
the other
twins
twin?
were here.
No, it's
we didn't take. Okay, who's here?
Rylan and Sovak.
Rylan, Sovak.
And
okay, Sovak will be on point. So he'll be ahead of everybody. Basically, he'll be, at least right before Cleon.
Yeah, as you guys move down this long corridor to the Arboretum, you're passing like rubble and these fallen ceiling tiles and stuff. It's probably less damage than you'd expect, right? Considering the damage the rest of the ship has taken, it's probably a bit less than you would have expected. Oh, this is interesting. Seem to have an error in my map. This will take 2 seconds to fix. Hold on. Did somebody have commentary?
We're going between... So we're going through the corridor into the Arboretum right now, right?
Yeah, you're walking up to this massive door.
Gotcha.
And let me know if visually you should be able to see it now, what your marching order is. You said Rylan was going to be in the front?
Sovak in the front.
Sovak in the front?
I think maybe Rylan in the back because Rylan's the sniper.
Sure.
And Cleon is literally going to tell Spook, do your thing. So Spook will do whatever they feel is best. And just formally, I'll even state Cleon will be observing to learn Spook.
How do you feel about after you say do your thing? This doesn't happen immediately. This is a few moments later, right? Even with your very good perception, you just completely lose sight of Spook. You were trying to keep an eye on her, just gone.
Gotcha. That's informative. I feel fine about it. I expected, I understood her to be good at infiltration. So good to know that they're that good at it.
Yeah. All right, so we have a 11 and an 11 for perception. We still need a couple more people. If you want to, so since you're taking control of Lyric now, Merlin, you can go ahead and roll his perception, and I will get Rylan and Xylos perception. Sorry, Rylan and Sovak.
I'm paying more attention now.
Let me get Lyric's sheet open. I didn't have it open. Perception. Come on. I think that work.
Yeah, kind of put yourselves where you want to be.
There you
go. Much like previously, there's like some sparking like circuitry, but it's mostly at the opposite end, like where you guys are headed and where you're coming from, as if like the majority of the corridor between is just like, it doesn't have circuitry. It's like plating and like ducts and like stuff like that. Probably like for oxygen transfer from the Arboretum or what have you.
Are we moving north or south?
North.
Oh, okay.
So I sort of pulled this in. I wanted to pull it in when you guys are like 30 feet away from the door, but I've been moving people around, so you're a little closer than that at this point.
Yeah.
Sovak is the other one we need to open. I will say, even more so than the prior room, it's like very dimly lit in here, and what lighting there is like very like flickery and inconsistent. Basically, every time like sparks shoot down, the lights also flicker. So there definitely seems to be like something going on with the power regulation or something in this facility, in this ship.
Cascading power failure.
Something to that effect, yeah. Very likely. We got a 23. Uh, 11, 11, 18, 19, 18, 23, 15. Did Cleon roll? I don't see Cleon for the perception.
Was the 18, I thought? Wait, let me look.
Oh,
yeah. No, that's work.
Can I do a perception for my drone as well?
Yeah, go for it.
I thought I did.
Yeah.
There we go. Could have sworn I did, though.
It froze for a second, so I had to refresh everything.
Right. So, it garners you no additional information. There's just flickery lights. Ahead, you see a terminal that you should be able to access, and you see this like giant door. What would you like to do? I'm gonna make sure everybody's like here. There we go.
I think Cleon would look at Silos and at the door and maybe be like, "Can you get it open?"
And Xylos would sort of just nod and head over there. Yeah.
I think I would tell Sovak to be at the opposite side, opposite wall.
Like here?
Against the door. Yep, perfect. Maybe Cleon would be like right here. Everybody else can just move up as they are, same position. Or stay where they're at if they want, like that might be a good place to be if the door opens and something happens.
And yeah, Xylos isn't going to at least not intentionally rashly open it.
Sure.
It's going to wait for everyone to sort of be in a good situation.
I do have a question.
Ready for whatever.
Yeah, what's up?
I do have a question I probably should have asked before we even got on the ship. We are in like spacesuits, right? So that like if we enter a room that doesn't have oxygen.
I mean, that's a good shout. I would say that you guys could have taken like the I can't remember. I had a specific name for them. They're like these little very like they're smaller like Atmos suits that will like give you resilience against the vacuum of space.
Right.
Like they're not designed for like a spacewalk, but they're definitely designed for this ship has no atmosphere kind of thing.
Right. We walk into a room that's got a hole in it, We're okay.
So the short answer is yes, except for Spook.
Cleon doesn't need to breathe either, so he's fine.
That's fair.
But...
So Cleon and Spook, neither Cleon nor Spook have like this like very thin like spacesuit type thing.
Okay.
We'll bring all your corpses back.
Thank you.
I'm very thoughtful. Yes.
Yeah. As you step up to the terminal and you look at it, it doesn't seem that it's got like the well, it may have had the same power issue, but it seems to be like redirecting power from the prior terminal, like all the way down the hall. It actually, like, sort of like looking at it, you think that it's like enough that you could probably light this place up a bit more, but you're also aware that like the way laser weapons energy cells are designed, doing that would probably drain the power very quickly and cause problems. Just leaving it as is to open doors is probably the better course of action. Do you want to try and open it?
I'll sort of ask, is everyone ready for this? And mostly looking at Cleon here. And just...
I think so. Clem might look like glance around.
Is there anything for me to like wrap an arm around or something before he opens the door?
Yeah, I imagine there's like railing along the sides that
Okay.
you can hook an arm on.
That's all I'm gonna do, and just nod.
Just a little paranoid.
Just a little.
Yeah. So yeah, you hit the button and the door like tries to open. It's like, but it seems to be caught on something. I think probably Cleon, with your passive perception, you catch sight that there's a bunch of like vines like that have like grown in around the door that are like holding it in place. But as you're looking at that, you see motion out of the corner of your eye as a creature springs from the vent and attacks Xylos.
Oh.
By the way, this is a vent, if that was not clear.
Gotcha.
Oh.
So, what's the description? Just a blur flew out and attacked.
Yeah, it's just like a blur of motion, and like when you like look over and you catch sight of this creature, it seems to be like humanoid. Its skin is heavily like hardened, like calcified. Maybe it's like maybe like a mottled brown. It looks like its skin is almost like a turtle shell, but like all of its skin, and it shows up. And like the moment it goes to make an attack, just out of nowhere, Spook appears and smacks it in the face with the palm of her hand.
Nice.
Which is going to hit for 13 damage. Never mind. That does actually do that. Okay. But it still gets its attack off at advantage on you, Xylos. Oh, I almost typed Xylos into the thing instead of it, so I was gonna have Xylos attack Xylos. But it is not going to stay here for additional attacks. It's just gonna do the one and take off after that. Advantage. Sorry.
That's a miss.
It's still a miss.
And a miss.
So it gets shoved partially as she slams it in the face, and like the claws like catch on your coat or like the suit like very briefly, and then it pulls away and retreats into the vent. Everybody roll initiative. As you can still hear it like clattering around in there. Enjoy the name.
I don't see an initiative option on... Never mind, I found it.
The old humans look weird.
Who's left? We got Cherry, Cleon, Xylos, Wyrick, Armilla, Rylan, Spook. All right, Cleon, you are first. The thing seems to have retreated into the vents. What would you like to do?
I mean, it's out of my sight. I can't see it. I just
Correct.
know it went into the vent, and I no longer see it at all. Because I mean,
there's probably this like moment where Spook's like, "Sorry, I wanted to see what it would do before I said anything."
I don't know. I mean, my initial reaction was Cleon was going to try to grab it, grapple it, hold it, capture it. You know what I mean? Just get his hands on it. So I think he might basically try to lunge his, arm. He's 6'7". He's probably got a long arm, and try to just see if he can grab it. So he's going to lunge into the vent. I mean, if he's big enough to fit in the vent, he'd probably lunge it, jump into the vent and try to grab it.
I don't think that, like, the vent's definitely not 5 foot wide, which is what it looks like on the map. Sorry about that.
Gotcha.
That's more like, designating that it's there. The vent is probably like a foot wide. You can sort of like get an arm in there and like reach in a direction, but you don't seem to be able to reach it. It seems like gone like further in one direction or the other. You're not sure.
Okay. I guess that's probably the action of my turn. Move 10 feet. Can't, probably pull my arm out, saying nothing, can't, couldn't grab him. Step out here and look around. I think I see a second vent back here. Yeah,
to the south there's another vent.
And I'll say, there's another vent to the south. I think I've moved about 20 feet at this point. I think I might just not move at all. No, I think I'll just go down here. That's all my movement. I don't know that I have a reason to bonus anything, so I think that's Cleon.
Fair enough. Spook will hold her action to make an attack if the thing pops back out. Armilla, what would you like to do?
Not go second, because I have no idea.
Well, technically, but...
Yeah, So we're talking all the way over here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I would just wait. Are there other vents in the room besides?
Yeah, there's one to the south down here.
Yeah, Cleon just pointed it out verbally.
Yeah, so you did mention that was there.
Mm-hmm.
And with the direction of its movement, I guess.
I'll just say, Rylan and I can watch this vent over here and hold an action with my weapon out. But I'll move. Well, before I move, wait a minute. Is this just rubble on the ground?
Yeah, that's just like a ceiling tile and some like.
And this is like
stuff like that.
I'm going to say a lab table. It is not a
I mean, it's not, but sure.
Okay, so I will just go here with my weapon out and hold my action, staring at this.
Sure. And you're gonna what with your action? Shoot it when it comes out. That's your held action.
Yes.
As a heads up, because at least 2 of you have multiple attacks. When you hold an action to attack, you only get the 1 attack. You don't get your full attack action. Correct. Not that you're one of those people, but I thought that would be useful information. All right, over to Cherry then.
I was gonna ask if I could try to crawl in there, but I feel like if it's only a foot, there's no way.
It would be difficult, to say the least.
I guess for now I'm just gonna hold to shoot at this top one if it pops out.
Fair enough. Okay, so Rylan will then move over here behind this rubble with his sniper rifle out, and he'll hold an action to shoot if it pops out of this one down south. Which, you know, great call, everyone, because that's exactly what it does. So Armilla and Rylan get a shot off. I mean, it had to be pretty quick to get there and then pop out and still have movement left, right?
Yeah.
So that's something to consider. Armilla, if you would like to take your shot.
I would very much like to succeed at a shot today.
I need to check.
Okay.
Okay.
You ready for me to poke the
Go for it.
bear? Which would be better? I don't know.
That'll hit.
I will accept that.
So you don't have the bonus right now, so... Alright. And it leaps forward, and it is attacking Rylan. Oh dear. So that's going to be 14, 3, 6, 11, 5. He has to make a con save. That's a failure, so he is bleeding. It's making its second attack against him. Is that a hit? That's a miss. Alright. It's going to use its bonus action to move... Oops. Back into the vent. And that's its turn. Yeah, I mean, it's hit, it's bleeding, apparently. But there's also no communication. It just jumps out and attacks, disappears in the vent, jumps out and attacks. Xylos, what would you like to do?
It was here a second ago. Now it's over there, and I'm still here. Like it just sort of grazed over my work jacket. So I'm just going to pull out my wide form taser and hold an action for that against the vent next to me.
Sure, excuse me. Sounds like a plan.
And
weird.
yeah, right now that's all I'm doing. Yeah. Oh, and with one other thing of telling my drone to sort of come here and sort of record what's going on.
Are there 2 other drones in this room?
I don't think so.
I mean, what you just moved, Xylos? Unless that
yes.
wasn't...
What I just moved, this thing that I'm just moving around right now,
Yes.
That's my drone.
Yeah, I see 2 other things that look identical to that on the map. One right next to Lyric.
Oh, I don't see
And
those.
one, yeah, one directly below Cleon and to the direct left of Armilla.
When I was trying
Right
to
there.
deal with the drone earlier, I did freeze up, and so that could be due to that.
It's no biggie. I mean,
Yeah.
I just thought that was like rubble, additional, kind of stuff. But when you moved it,
yeah.
I thought, wait a minute, are these other 2? But
Yeah. But no, it's only that one that I was just moving. That's the real one.
Gotcha.
Maybe a refresh might fix it for you, but I don't know.
I'll live with it for now.
Yeah. But yeah, that's all I'm doing for the moment.
Quick question about Wyrick. In his red bubble, it's got the number 7. Was that his field medicine from the last session?
Yeah, so he has 10 charges of that.
Should be 10. Gotcha. Yeah. So I think Wyrick's going to do his job and change that to 10. And run down to Rylan. Does he have to be within 5 feet to do?
Yeah, he would.
Okay, so he's going to run down to Rylan and do a field medicine on him.
To be fair, Rylan doesn't look that bad quite yet, but he is bleeding.
Okay,
so you know.
I thought it's out of character. It looked like he took 21 hit points, but I don't know what that actually resulted in. So,
just like visually looking at him, he doesn't look particularly injured. He's got a scratch.
Okay, maybe Wyrick would hold off, but he's moved there. Kind of did that quick assessment.
I thought I had done this prior, but does that help?
Now I see it, and it does help.
Yeah. I'm kind of considering that like passive perception. Like you look at somebody, it's like, oh, they're like at 85% on their bar.
Gotcha.
So you're sort of just seeing that.
Mm-hmm. Well, how about Wyrick moves into position there, kind of just checks on Rylan, but also pulls out his Alliance laser pistol and aims it, holds an action to the southern vent. If it pops out again, he'll attack. And then I think that's Wyrick's turn.
Fair enough.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, and next is...
Right, I was jumping the gun, but... So if nothing else happens and it's Cleon's turn, I think... Basically, I mean, he's going to pull out, it's not the laser pistol, it's the Alliance plasma pistol, so Cleon will pull out his Alliance plasma pistol, probably just hold his ground, or I think he's at a decent distance, he can hit either one. Maybe he'll move over here, and
yeah, sort of just...
and hold an action that if anything pops out of either vent, I'm just going to shoot it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like your positioning for that is a little rough. I mean, you can do it, but like, I'm just imagining how quickly you'd have to turn and shoot. Like,
gotcha. You know what? How about
because you have to. My issue is because you have to turn, you can't really do that. But if you had both of them in your line of sight, then you could do it.
Right. No, I got you. And I mean, if it's okay, I'd like to change my strategy.
Go ahead.
Entirely. Because I'm going to go ahead and move up here, and I'm going to hold an action, and if something pops out of the vent, I'm going to try to grapple it and grab it and hold it.
Yeah, go for it.
And so that's my held action, my movement. I guess I'm still technically unarmed, because I didn't pull out my plasma pistol.
Yeah, because you reversed that.
Right. So I think that's Cleon. That's his turn.
All right, Spook will just hold that action again.
Intergalactic whack-a-mole.
Armilla, you definitely shot it.
But then it left.
Correct.
So now we're waiting again.
Yes. So it's your turn. Would you like to hold another action?
Yep. Okay.
Fair enough. All right, Cherry, what would you like to do? Sovok's the one that's not in turn order. I knew someone was missing. Go ahead, Cherry. Sorry.
Well, I'm kind of lost. I feel like I can't do anything other than wait.
Yeah, I mean, basically, to be honest.
All right, I'm gonna do the same thing and hold to shoot if he jumps out on this side.
On the north?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Once again, pops out to the south. Russian for Rylan, but Armilla, you get your shot off. Rylan hasn't had his turn yet, so he doesn't get to hold that action.
So it's already out again?
Oh, sorry. When I did the turn order, it flipped the two of them. So he held his action, then it popped out. So Rylan took 2 damage from the bleeding. 3 damage? 3 damage from the bleeding. Now it pops out, and both Armilla and Rylan can take the shot at it.
Okay.
Oops. Okay. That didn't. That's not a problem. That'll hit. Rylan misses, unfortunately. But you hit. That's damage dealt. Like as you hit it for the second time, it switches and just like it fully careens off in your direction after you shoot it, Armilla, and it's gonna leap at you.
Oh, I've opened my arms to catch it. Okay.
First attack is a miss. Second attack, 17.
That'll hit.
All right, and this is slashing damage.
Which I don't like.
You're vulnerable to, so it's not 10, it's 20. Which is reduced by your damage reduction of 3, I believe. So it's 17. So what's half of 17?
And melee, so half between.
Well, that's what? 8 to your hit points and 8 to your shields. And give me a Constitution save.
Is Rylan getting the +1 from the scanner?
Oh, the combat ones? Yeah, he has it. That's a success, so you are not bleeding. This thing turns to run away. Rylan chose not to do this on his turn. You do have your pistol in hand, so it'd be an improvised weapon attack, but if you want, you can try and make a attack of opportunity against it. You will have disadvantage, and it will be with an improvised weapon, the butt of your gun. What would you like to do?
Who are you asking?
You.
Oh, well, of course I'm going to smack it. It just did 8 points to me. Okay, so what would I roll? Just the regular?
Yeah, I suppose you'd roll the regular weapon at disadvantage.
Yes.
Uh, 15 will miss as it scurries off back into the vent. That seems as Xylos, it's your turn. It seems as if it's keeping clear of this vent with people clustered around it.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, so the 24 is what is on my shield. Okay, never mind. So just -8 that. Okay. Oh, look at that. That's not right.
I see what happened there. No asterisks in your hit points, thank you.
So how many?
But yes, for the moment, with my turn, what I'm actually I'm going to actually use my action to prepare a couple of toxic canisters.
Sure. Just pull them out. You're like,
Yes.
like speed building with Legos. You're like, tick, 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 tick. Do you want to move at all? Or you want to stay where you are?
I'm going to stay put right now. Yes.
Alrighty. Weirick.
Oh, sorry. Jeez, I don't know. I mean, I think he's probably just going to rinse and repeat and hold an action. I guess he didn't. He should have been able to shoot.
No,
Right? As
because you
soon as that
switched
thing
to
popped out.
grabbing.
Weirick?
Oh, you mean sorry, I didn't catch that Weirick held an action. Did I just miss that?
Yeah. I mean, he definitely changed. So he came down. He looked at Rylan, realized he didn't have to heal him, so he held an action to shoot it when it popped out. That's
Fair
how
enough. I'll give you a shot. That's my mistake.
Okay. Well, I didn't. I missed it too. So just Alliance laser pistol. I just click on the name of it
You should, yeah.
on the sheet. Okay.
That
16
well, I guess it doesn't matter because that missed anyways.
Okay.
All right. So is he gonna hold an action again then?
Yeah. He'll do the same thing.
All right. Over to Cleon then.
Jeez. Let's see. So this thing is a fallen ceiling panel. Fallen.
Yeah.
Is it feasible for Cleon to? It's big enough that it would cover this vent. Is that correct?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, Cleon's gonna run over, grab it, run over, and lean it up against the vent. Look at Spook and say, "Hold this." That would be about 20 to 25 feet movement, probably like 10, 20 to 25.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe go another 10 to down to here.
Okay.
And I think at that point he's got a clear shot. He'll now hold an action to attack anything that pops out of that lower vent as well with his Alliance plasma pistol.
Sure.
And that's Cleon's turn.
I just realized that all of these like dark spots are in the wrong place, so I'm just gonna remove them. Nobody knows what that means. Okay, let's carry on. Okay. I mean, I think Spook will stand against it, like back to it, and turn and draw her pistol and hold an action to shoot if it comes out of the other one.
Gotcha.
Sovok is basically going to get to take 2 turns at once because I forgot about him. Sorry, buddy. So he is now down here holding an action with one of his plasma javelins that has the tether tied to it, fully with the intent of hitting the thing and then preventing it from moving more than 20 feet from him when it pops back out. Which he would have had to dash to get there anyways, so it is what it is. Armilla.
Me again, huh? Oh, where are we at? Okay, so that vent is covered. So I'm just gonna just wait.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hold my action.
Cherry, that northern vent is now covered. Would you like to shift your focus to the southern vent? Cherry? Liz?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. The northern vent is now covered. Would you like to switch your focus to the southern vent?
Yeah, I'm gonna just move right there.
Move there, hold an action to shoot when it shows up?
Yep.
Fair enough. Rylan is going to do the same thing. Well, it pops out, and it's going to get shot a whole lot. So why don't we start... let's go alphabetically, I guess. Armilla.
Really? That's funny. Okay.
It's also kind of right to left by the tune that way.
It is. So, you know.
No disadvantage, so that would hit.
I'm gonna go take that off.
Okay, there's a little bit of damage. Very nice. Next up, Cherry. As a reminder, held action, you get only one shot. Oh yeah, that'll hit.
Ooh, nice. Yes.
Nice, nice. All right. Next up, Weirick held an action, I believe, right?
Yeah, with his Alliance laser pistol.
Blast them.
14.
14 will miss, unfortunately. Next up is Rylan taking a shot. He misses. And then finally we've got Sovok trying to pin the thing down. Oh wait, no, Spooka as well. We forgot Spook. Although alphabetically she'd be after Sovok.
Cleon hasn't taken his held action either.
Right. So we got a couple people left. Sorry, I'm scrolled a bit down, so I was only counting for people I can see. Sorry. Well, we'll just let this go. Wow.
There you go. Good job, Solo.
Hot dang. Alright, it is going to be stuck there for the moment as the other shots come in. Then let's have Cleon go.
You.
Ugh, 14.
That'll miss. What's the range on this? Yeah, perfectly within range. Okay, she's gonna hit. Okay, not bad. All right. So the thing came out. It took 2 steps. Got speared, shot like 5 times, and it still has its full turn. So it's gonna use its action to. I'm just double checking. Yeah, it's going to use its action to wrench itself free from the plasma javelin and take off into the vent, and you guys can hear it like scrambling, like back towards the door area. And that is its full turn.
Do we something we can put over to the other vent?
Yeah,
so we
a
can
couple.
continue on our project?
Yeah, it's Xylos' turn, but that's a good shout.
Well, what Xylos is going to do is take one of those toxic canisters and sort of behind the metal, just shove it down the vent and close up and let what's their face hold against the vent again.
Are you trying to harm something inside, or are you trying to
I'm just trying to sort of make the area sort of gassed out and not
Right.
a desirable place to go to.
Sorry, I had a brain fart. I thought you had the acid canister, but it's the toxic canister.
And
So, yeah, no,
toxic
good.
one, yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
So it's like you can sort of hear it spraying like that half of the vent system. All right, over to Weirik.
We won't think about what that might do to our breathing air.
I think Weirik's just going to do the same thing he did last time. Hold an action. If the thing pops out of that southern vent, he's going to attack it. Doesn't see a point in moving just yet.
Sure.
So, yeah, that's all Weirik's going to do.
The suggestion of closing the vent up just came down. And it is now Cleon's turn because I think Weirik's done, yeah?
Right. Yes. There are two more. We could close that other vent. So I think Cleon will start off his turn answering Armilla's, call earlier saying, yes, we could do that. Maybe gesture to the other, stuff around the room.
I think Sovok nods because he's the closest and he's right behind one of these like tiles from the ceiling.
Yeah. I mean, if I action dash, I can move 60 feet. Can't really do anything, but I could potentially be there for somebody else can move it there, and I don't know. I'm just trying to think. At the same time, I think Cleon's going to stay up here. He's interested in getting this door open too, and I feel like if it's jammed, he can either try to pry it open or slice vines away that are keeping it closed or something like that. So his first instinct is to stay up in the northern area.
Sure.
I think understanding everything that's happening, he's probably going to not move and just play it safe and hold an action to attack the thing if it comes out of that southern vent again. After having said and indicated that, yes, we can do all that.
Sure.
And hopefully Sovok, maybe Weirik on his next turn will take action on that. Or Armilla if... I'm not sure of the strength. Who can accomplish that task, but either way. We'll say that's Cleon's turn.
So are you just saying this and then moving somewhere?
No, I mean, I was pretty much staying right where I'm at and holding an action to attack. And then, yeah, no other change.
I think Spook does the same. That is, holds the action. Sovok will take this panel and slam it against the vent over here. So he's sort of like standing in front of it. Armilla, it is your go. What would you like to do?
Okay, trying to visualize. Okay. So I lost the vents. Is this event here?
That is not a vent. Both events are covered.
Okay, so they are covered. Do we have anything that we can move in front of the items that are covering the vent so that we can move on?
Just more of the same type of stuff, probably.
So, yeah, we don't have like a desk to shove in front of it or something.
Is Armilla communicating? Like sometimes we do a little bit of kind of like a rapid communication out of turn order. So, like if Armilla's asking and anybody else can say anything, Cleon might have a suggestion.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, can we put something in front of those things so they don't just knock them over and come out?
So you're okay. So you're communicating this as a question, Cleon.
Well, Cleon's thought was wondering whether or not like a strategic plasma blast could literally weld these things to the vents, but doesn't know who to ask or how to ask that in 6 words. or suggest it in 6 words. Maybe he would say, maybe we can, weld it shut with a plasma blast of some sort.
Can we blast it shut?
Right. Melt the,
Yeah, I mean, could be.
ceiling thing. I don't know what to call it. But yeah, you guys get I think. So yeah, Cleon responds suggesting maybe we can plasma weld it.
Sure. That suggestion is now out there. Armella?
Am I close enough to do that to one of them?
Maybe.
Yes, it's right here.
Okay, I'll try it. I don't know that.
What are you trying it with?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm really at a loss here.
I can't remember who has an Alliance plasma pistol and who doesn't.
Xylos does. I don't know.
But when
Cleon
he
did
was
say
talking, he said plasma. He did.
He did.
He very
So
specifically said.
I will switch weapons and shoot it.
Yeah. So sort of like hits it and like melts a glob section, like the corner or whatever, just like to the wall. One shot alone, that was basically your attack. One shot alone is definitely not going to do it, but you figure like 4 might.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Right. Okay. So I will say, yeah, let's hit him 3 or 4 times. So next.
Cherry. If you've caught all that, like welding the vents shut.
I think I missed the welding part, but I did hear about them putting it up and trying to block it and stuff.
Yeah, so they're basically using the plasma pistols to weld the vents shut. It sounds like it's going to need 4 shots from a plasma pistol in total to weld each one.
Does mine count?
Do you have a plasma pistol?
I have a laser pistol.
Then probably not. No.
Oh, I didn't know if that was similar.
I would say they're definitely not, but yeah, like if you have a plasma pistol or something else that extreme heat in some, I don't think you do, but if you did,
I have a rocket launcher.
I think that might cause more problems, to be honest.
Fun problems, but
I guess I'll just be shouting support.
Yeah,
and maybe
like a good idea.
Holding action just in case something happens.
Great welding.
Fair enough. Yeah, holding action to blast sounds good. So after you, it's Rylan. I'm trying to think. There's not really any way that we can do passing the pistol along and just have somebody else blast it. That's not going to work in this context. So I think he's just going to hold his action if the thing shows its face again before you're done. Which is, kind of a good idea, as you guys hear the clamoring above Armilla and Sovok, and this thing just erupts out of a broken section of the ceiling and drops on top of Sovok. It's going to get all of its attacks off first because it came from a different place than you guys expected, and then you guys are going to get to shoot it.
And it's got nowhere to go.
and it's also going to have advantage because it came from a different place than you expected. But you're right; it doesn't look like it has anywhere to go. 1, 2.
Ooh.
So that's a crit and a miss. On a positive note, Sovok's pretty tough. That's only 14 damage. It's going to be a con save. That's a success, so he's not going to be bleeding. And the thing basically lands on him. He throws it off after this thing claws at his neck, and it's just a very light scratch, really. So I think everyone who was holding an action, so Rylan, Wyrick, Cherry, Cleon, and Spook, all get their attacks of opportunity. Let's start with Cleon.
Okay. 23.
Yeah, that'll hit.
For 14 fire.
Nice.
Pew!
All right, Cherry. Ooh, that's unfortunate. You can either use your advanced machining to hopefully prevent that, or you can use your inspiration to reroll if you'd like to use that already.
I'll use my inspiration.
Go for it. That'll hit. Stop moving, token. Okay. Damage dealt. Okay, next up is going to be Wyrick. Let's have that shot. Oh.
Nope.
Unfortunately, that misses. Finally, we have Rylan, who also misses. This thing, it flips upright. And, in a very disconcerting manner, just, claws up the wall and climbs back into the ceiling. Through, the same hole that it came out of. So it looks like it does have a place to go.
There's no way for attacks of opportunity as it leaves?
I suppose by Sovok, yes, and no one else. Because no one else is close enough for that. Thank you for the reminder, however. That's a miss. Alright, it's back in the ceiling. Xylos,
that was unexpected.
That was very unexpected. Xylos, you saw exactly the hole it went in. What would you like to do?
And was that hole there before?
Yeah, it was an existing hole.
And if I look around the ceiling, how many sort of holes do I sort of perceive?
Quite a few.
Okay, I'm going to actually just sort of step over this way and actually no. Where was I? Yeah. I'm going to. Where do I want to actually? Basically, I'm going to be sort of holding a Y-formed taser action. Again, I'm just trying to decide where I want to be standing for it, and the direction I want to be looking. And yes, the hole I saw it go into, that was sort of directly up above them over here, right?
Yeah, I'm realizing I forgot Spook's held action. So let me let her shoot real quick, and then... Oh, that'll hit. I mean, it still skitters off, but it's looking pretty rough.
And I mean, if it's sort of all across this whole area, and I know that in sort of like 6 seconds it can make its way from one corner to the other, then what I'm gonna do, I'm not going to move that far. I'm just going to hold an action for wide form taser, sort of kind of just looking south from where I am.
Sure thing. Wyrick.
I mean, in character, I think Wyrick is maybe just a little, would rather not be in this situation, but doesn't know where else to move. So I think he's just going to stay where he is and slightly alter the held action to shoot anything that appears anywhere. From any direction that isn't a party member, basically, or crew member, rather, with his pistol.
Sure.
And just stay where he's at. So that's Wyrick.
Cleon.
Man. I don't know. I'm weighing a decision that I know the ramifications. I don't know if I want to do it. I think we're pretty close. We know that the thing was kind of injured pretty bad. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do the same thing again. Maybe I'm starting to inch my way back up here again. I want to be close to this door so that we can get on out of here, basically. And we're not, anyway, held action. He's gonna hold an action to the same thing as Wyrick, basically shoot anything that appears from the ceiling or from anywhere else. Sure. And that's with his Alliance plasma pistol. So I guess we're not welding, because he initially was going to try to weld this thing shut, but that doesn't seem, like it's prudent to do anymore. So
yeah, it seems like probably somewhere above in the ducts there's like a hole or something it's coming out of to go into the rest of the ceiling.
I think I'm just gonna go with my I was just, the thing is, I'm gonna hold an action to cast sleep on this thing next time it appears, or on anything that appears, basically. And I'm gonna go ahead and do that. So I know that no matter what, that's gonna cost that slot. And I think whether it appears or not, right? But I just want this thing stopped. I don't want it to appear and disappear again. So that's what Cleon's gonna do. Let it be.
Sure. Spook continues that held action. Sovok dusts himself off and holds an action. Armilla, it seems like it can come from above as well. Do you want to keep welding this shut?
Where is this door that we need to go through?
North.
Up by Xylos.
I'm thinking we just need to go through the door.
It seems to be stuck, held by some vines. Do you want to go try and clear the vines?
Oh, shoot. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and shoot this piece of metal one more time, and then just say, we need to get through the door and go.
Sure. Now it's kind of to a state where it doesn't have to be held in place anymore, but it's not like secured. Right. And you're moving up your full movement. Okay.
There you go. All right.
All right, Cherry.
Okay, so I'm gonna move to the middle and just get out my rocket launcher and aim it at the door and kind of give a signal to everybody that they should move.
You're just like, eh? Eh?
And
Oh my god.
if I can,
with where I'm stood, that's aiming it at me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just, Xylos, you're looking in the other direction, and you turn to the right, and you're like, oh my god. It's like aimed right at you. Fair enough.
really all three of them.
So you kind of
Yeah.
just prepped to do that. Fair enough.
And if I can, I want to hold it until everybody's out of the way.
Sure. Fair enough. All right, Rylan also holds his action. Cleon, this thing drops from the ceiling, and your spell gets off like before it hits the ground, and it just like unconscious on the ground.
Nice.
But there's a lot of held actions that are shooting at it now, so so we'll just go north down. So we'll start with Spook taking a shot at this thing. Technically, it is prone, so that's disadvantage with ranged attacks. That's a good roll right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Like, you cast the spell, it goes out like a light switch. It's like still mid-falling, and she takes a shot with her pistol and just like clean through the skull, and it collapses, dead.
Nice. It was worth the spell slot.
Looked very cool. And then it just gets riddled with holes by the other people holding
Yeah.
reactions.
And stay down.
Right. So the thing is dead and laying there. It's not gone. Cleon, you clue in just after this occurs that Cherry's rocket launcher is aimed at the door.
Can I
And
hold a hand up?
Xylos is immediately going to dash action
This is Xylos is like,
away.
"Ah!"
Yo, no, I know how this goes. With his drone as well.
I mean, Cleon's going to try to say, hold a moment. We might be able to just clear out the vines and open the door. So before he gets out of the way, he's going to wait for a reaction to that statement.
Cherry would just be like, okay, you can try, but still leave it aimed.
It's like rocket launcher aimed at the door, like, you can try.
Okay. Well, Cleon trusts Cherry if he'll just walk up and two-handed, I don't know that he uses two hands, but his Lathian blade, he'll draw it.
Just sort of like
and try
cutting the vines out. On the other side to the right of you, Armilla shows up, pulling out her phase blade, and she's like cutting the ones over there too.
Okay.
It doesn't look like a hopeless endeavor. You'll get there eventually. Maybe like 2 minutes between the two of you. You'll cut them all out.
And I was gonna...
After that immediate reaction, Zaris will return and sort of aid with whatever is best, like either phase blade or sort of just trying to sort of like keep hitting open on the door.
Right.
God, that sounds so annoying. You're like cutting the vines, and every couple seconds he's just like beep beep.
Yeah.
Beep beep.
Yeah.
just
Just
like,
trying to
not
work
working.
out like at what point will it actually just open? Like, because you don't want to clear out every single vine.
Well, that's
if it's
I was
not
going to say, at a certain point, I think Cleon would just try to lift down and open it, like strongman, because I think he can lift 1,800 pounds
At this stage,
right
yeah.
now.
Like I think you probably clear out like half the vines, and then between the beep, beep, to open the door, and Cleon just like although it's like it bisects in the middle, and it's like two sliding doors into the wall, and you like eventually get it open, and it opens up into this like massive arboretum that's like so completely overgrown. There's vines everywhere. There's just like from where you're standing, you see trees that are like a kilometer tall or more. These like absolutely gargantuan trees. Armilla, as you're like looking up into this, you're like relatively like you have knowledge of earth trees and stuff like that, or at least the ones that were transplanted to I'm forgetting the name of the new homeworld for humanity. I've just drawn a blank. Like the ones that were transplanted, even after 250 or so years, these would not be this large. There's something else at play here.
I look at them and go, I wonder if those are irradiated. Oh, wait a minute. Well, then I go, wait a minute. The fertilizer was irradiated.
But I think with that, you guys step into the overgrown arboretum and, if I'm correct, start heading toward the lab area.
There's one thing I want to do first.
Okay.
Check out that, like, have myself and the drone do a good scan of that body of a thing.
Sure.
Yeah, I want to know what that was before we leave.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why don't you guys give me a couple of different checks here? Let's have both the scanner check as we'll start with that from each of you.
Okay.
And you, correct me if I'm wrong. Do you have a science scanner, Armilla?
I believe I do.
So you'd get the the +2 bonus for this? Well, everybody's scanning. I think that is correct. So
I'm actually abstaining just because I don't think Cleon would bother. There's everybody else is scanning. You know.
Well, you've got this.
Well, I also want to scan some of the plants as well.
Oh, that'll be a different event. For this,
I mean,
what's up?
From that perspective, Cleon would be scanning the arboretum for insects and large, danger combat. With his recon scanner, because that's what he's focused on. So maybe I will. I will roll it. There you go. 23.
Hey,
not
even better.
bad.
Oh, that's for the arboretum, though.
Yeah, that's the next thing. So sorry, I jumped the gun. My bad.
So definitely, this individual is like reading as heavily mutated human. That's pretty obvious with the scans being 1921, 22. And you can just like pretty well directly compare it. But there is another thing that you guys notice. Give me a biology scan, Mothership.
So do I hit the biology or the handheld scanner?
I'm asking for biology right now. You've already done the scan.
Nice.
Well, now. These are, for the most part, this is not like chaotic mutation. This is directed. There was intent here.
Yes.
Direct genetic modification of this human. And it looks like it's been passed down multiple generations based on what you're looking at here. This isn't like a person that was born a quote-unquote like normal human and then modified after that. This person was born this way. So their parents or their parents' parents or possibly further back than that are the ones who had been genetically modified into this state.
I may want to take samples.
Aside from the vat-born, genetic modification for humanity has pretty well not been done at all.
Right, and I know that. So, I am, and this might help them as well.
Cool.
So I'm gonna want to come back here and get stuff off the ship. So we need to preserve the ship, is what I say.
Yeah.
If we can possibly preserve this ship, we need this
Yeah.
information.
One task at a time.
Hopefully
So
the
we have a
other team
priority
will
task. We need to get it done.
fix the engines.
Xylos is going to call Cleon. Is it worth scanning to see if there's more of these things in the area?
Yes.
Yes, I say yes.
And
Also.
yeah. So
worth
I don't know if go ahead. were you gonna-
Xylos is going to sort of take his faceblade and take a sort of sample off of the body, pop it into his drone, and use that for looking for this sort of form of mutated human.
Sure.
Okay, sure. So let me see. 5 miles. 5 miles.
And it's just the closest one that it actually. It's not a full.
It's not all of them. It's
just
the closest one.
Yeah.
Interesting. Huh. I thought that had a duration, but I see that it does not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was just dragged across. Let me double check.
Yeah, double check if that has. A
Yeah,
duration.
and because a duration, it would infer that you're being able to track them.
Yeah, it's just a one-off.
continuously.
It's
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah,
kind of
it's like a sort of
situation.
ping.
Well, that's less help than I thought it would be. I will say there is definitely one of those creatures 800 feet that way. The direction that you're going.
Like the southern path.
The path that the direction you're going.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, the sort of straight through. That's which
Yeah, like roughly
so,
directly
like,
north. So the path that you are currently taking. But to be fair, you guys could veer off sooner than that to go towards the lab because of where the lab is. So you could just it's here.
Yeah.
You guys could just go that way.
Right.
But
And
you know
so,
where
yeah,
that one
Xylos-
is.
And like Xylos will sort of know how this works, and he'll say, "Okay, yeah, there's definitely more of these. The closest one is sort of just straight ahead, 800 feet. As for the rest, and how many I couldn't say, but we at least there's nothing in our immediate vicinity. Oh, there's none of these in our immediate vicinity, should I say?
Well, they obviously can move fast.
Yeah, that's true. Is there anything else, from the recon scan?
I will say it's very interesting as you're doing the recon scan. You don't seem to detect any other life, anything aside from these like massive trees and other small plant life around the area. No insects. You don't again, with the way that the scanners work and stuff, you're just scanning for evidence thereof, but there doesn't seem to be any. It's possible, again, because of the way the scanners work, that there's so much plant life that it's overriding the scan's ability to detect anything else. Because, standing in here, you're pretty sure, in a 300-foot radius around you, that's enough, wood, because of how big the trees are, to fill a full forest, There's just so much here.
Well, if he says that there's no insects, does he say that out loud?
Yes, yeah.
Sharing all of this.
No, I imagine
I'm
you're
not-
Then I'm gonna say, well, that's really odd because the plant life needs bugs.
Yeah, I agree.
for different reasons. So, to cross pollinate, to eat away the dead stuff. Yeah, that's really weird.
I was actually going to ask, just for a contextual, when the door opened, were we hit with like a cloud of pollen? I mean, is it
or stench or anything?
Yeah,
I think like you do have this like smell of like a forested area. It does maybe smell a little bit more damp than you might expect.
Some humid environment.
Definitely
sort of
humid. I mean,
Very
it's not new factory humid, to be clear, but it's fairly humid.
right.
I think without going deeper, you're not going to get any more information. But like it just there's no evidence of insects. There's no evidence of small animal life. It just looks like the plant life, and whatever these humanoid creatures are. Well, human, but you know what I mean. But I think with that, I think what we'll do is probably go on break.
Get some snacks in, get some drinks.
Everybody get yourselves a bit of food, refill your beverages and whatnot, and enjoy the music. We'll be back in hopefully 10 minutes, but lately it's been like 10 to 30. Let's avoid the 30 this time. So like, maybe 10 to 15-ish. Enjoy the music, and we'll see you in just a bit.
Take off your armor, friend of mine. I have no arrows, but I got time. All your sorrow keeps you glued to your seat. But can we get you out of your head and into your feet? And it's not that the rest of us don't have the blues. It's just that some dance partners need a dance partner too. Is that you? Take off your armor, let down your hair. You could sit on your hands or you can get closer if you dare. And it's not that the rest of us don't have to fight for every bit of love and every bit of light. But tonight is Friday night. not the weather, I just feel so much better today. I've been asleep in the driver's seat, I've been lost in my head for weeks, trying to find what it is I need, too goddamn tired to sleep. And then the fire and can't stay warm. The only secret to make it through is to take what's in front of you. The fear of death and the thrill of speed, and all the lights in front of me. Drive till the coast is clear, faster till it disappears. I've been lost in my head for weeks, trying to find what it is I need. Too goddamn tired to sleep.
Your house is on fire, won't you let me in?
Remember Steve, he's such a thief. He stole your heart and promised he would never leave. And Stephanie, oh what a tease. We fell in love and then we turned to frenemies. Remember Rob was on his job until you caught him talking with your best friend. And then there was Simone, I should have known. She stuck around a minute and the next she's gone. But you're the one that got away, ran away when they thought that you would stay down. I guess we both needed a change, and it saved the day, found a way out. Girl, we've seen it all between you and I. Exes so lame, they got no shame. If they ever run into you and I, they should apologize. Remember Bob, he's dark and tall and handsome, but he ends up playing you for a fool. And I won't even mention Ella. I could write a whole novella about the way she
Alrighty, shall we get back to it, folks?
but you're the one that got away,
Sure.
ran away
Absolutely.
when they thought that you would stay down. Guess we both needed a change, and it saved,
All good here.
found a way out. Girl, we've seen it all between you and I. Exes so lame, they got no shame.
Just waiting for this then, I think.
No. It's one thing to catch a cold, but you need to release it too.
Oh no. Yeah.
Ran away when they thought that you would stay down. I guess we both needed a change, and it saved the day, found a way out. Girl, we've seen it all between you and I. Exes so lame, they got no shame. If they ever run into you and I, they should apologize. I was lost, now I found you, and I don't know what I would make
Okay.
you do. I was lost,
With that,
found you, and I don't know what I would.
let's hop back to it, folks. Hello. We hath returned. So, as you guys step into the Arboretum, the massive trees towering over your heads, can I get all of you to give me a perception check as you guys sort of start to travel a bit?
I am so surprised.
So this is maybe over the course of like 15 minutes of travel.
Uh-huh.
Again, on our prior conversation before the break, as you guys sort of avoid the direction where you detected some of those modified humans, we'll say.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that 20 and 24, we still need Armilla. Or
No,
not
I'm
Armilla.
there.
We still need Cherry. Sorry, I just said the wrong person.
Yeah, okay. I don't know who I am sometimes too.
Sorry, what did you still need?
Perception check from you, if you could. All right. So the 20 and the 24. As you guys are traveling, you guys definitely notice that there's a lot of these like strange vines, like the ones that had sort of been overgrown into the mechanism of the door. They seem to be like going from like tree to tree, and they're like sort of all across the ground, sort of like weaving into the grass and like the little patches of moss and mushroom. Effectively, these vines are everywhere. But aside from that, you don't really notice anything from what other than what you'd kind of expect, like, you know, the trees, right?
Right.
You guys find yourselves maybe 20 minutes into this walk, looking up and thinking about what Murdetto had described as you find this gap in the canopy, and you peer upward at the like massive blast doors that at some point had been sealed over the glass dome of the Arboretum, and you see way towering over all the other trees is another much larger tree, and stretching from atop that tree are, you know, numerous vines of the same variety that are weaving up into the blast plates and like pulling them apart. It doesn't look like quite as deliberate as I might be making it sound, but it is like very apparent that these vines are growing up from the tree, and the effect that that growth is having is pulling the blast plates apart. So from there you can sort of see like you know, basically the expanse of space. Whatever like lighting you might expect to see here, like sun lamps or what have you, also seem to be like sort of on the fritz and like occasionally flickering. But overall, while maybe 25 to 30% of the lights are flickering in that manner, there's still pretty steady like sunlight equivalent shining down on this area. Eventually, as you guys are traveling, and I will say it's like a bit slower than you would expect. Like it's you're not just walking 2 kilometers to a lab. You're wending and winding through trees, and there like this is actual like hilly forest terrain kind of thing. Yeah,
and sort of on that note, this is kind of like going through untrodden terrain. Like there's no sort of semblance that other
no, not really
beings have been sort of coming in, and there's not been any. Has there sort of along the way thus far been any sign of like in the same way that you would see like routes that wild boars take and things like that?
No, absolutely not. And you know that 20 and 24, you rolled pretty well. You don't see anything of the sort. I'm gonna pull you to another map. Forgive the orientation. It's actually meant to be like this, but I don't really have a way to rotate it once it's all done.
And one other thing, the sort of glass sort of canopy beyond that, and like this sort of planet that we're sort of coming in on, the I assume that sort of that planet's sort of orbiting around a star of, and is it of sort of average habitatable distance of like there is a star in the sort of sky akin to the sun?
Yeah.
Like the planet that this ship is heading toward is populated, and if it hits, they're going. So we've been asked to save them.
Right. I think
Yeah.
question...
I was just making sure like I understood the sort of situation of the sort of like orbital system and the planet and the star.
Right. I believe. Not that this is much help to you guys. This is like a 3-planet system, and the like you know nearest planet to the sun is the most habitable, and that's the one that this is like hurtling towards. And just to sort of reiterate something I had stated before, it does seem like it's deliberately heading to that planet. Like that was its destination. Right. Can everyone see?
Yes, I there was one other thing I sort of along the route that I wanted to ask of asking our Miller, this sort of vine plant that we're seeing everywhere, is that something that you're familiar with?
This will actually be the
that...
perfect place to do that on this map.
Because I don't know this biology stuff. It's not my wheelhouse.
I imagine
Well,
you like point out this particular.
Vines are normal in a forest, but this is
I
going
imagine
over.
as you ask this question, you sort of point out this particularly large vine that seems to be coming down from the larger tree to this smaller tree. If you want, you guys can take a moment and look at these vines and get like a quick like 30-second scan and then move on.
I don't know about 30-second, but okay.
I think from Cleon's perspective, he is interested to see if he's familiar with any of it. So he's going to do, and he is proficient in biology, so he's going to do a roll just to see if any of this looks familiar to him, specifically as in like,
Well,
from his human experience is what I mean.
Technically, biology's different. This would be more like environmental, maybe.
There's like potentially speaking an adjacency there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, I was saying, give me a scan of the vines themselves. Oh yeah.
Okay.
These vines, based on your scan, appear to be delivering nutrients through this entire vast network system.
I was going to ask that.
Yeah. So it seems what like insects and the like have been replaced with this vine system, which you can sort of trace and see that it like goes underground and then back up into the tree. And it just sort of weaves in and out of the whole area. Wow, I am low on my
But that
camera.
would mean they would have the ability to make the vine grow as the tree grows.
Potentially.
Interesting.
I mean, at this stage, it definitely seems like it's gone a bit out of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think as you're looking at this, you notice that the scans of this vine very closely match the scans of the bioforms that are like stretched all over the ship, as if clearly not the door that you came through, but as if other doors these vines had sort of like bashed through and continued to grow beyond where they were originally set to grow.
Yeah.
I think as you guys are having this like brief conversation, there's probably Cleon and I'm not sure if anybody else would notice this, like Xylos.
Xylos has passive 21
as well, yeah. So you see this like sort of rustling out of the corner of your eye, Xylos, because this would be behind Cleon, so he couldn't see it. Just based on the way we are right now. Although I imagine Armilla's up front with Cleon talking about vines.
Yeah.
So out of the corner of your eye, Xylos, you see a smaller one of these creatures, very like frantically crawl out from under this fallen tree trunk and swipe at Lyric. So I'll do that.
And upon noticing it, in particular after how the last one, the session went with the sort of things embedding into his legs, Xylos is immediately going to, upon noticing it, saying, "Watch out!"
21 will hit Wyrick for 8 slashing. Can I get you to give me a Constitution save for Wyrick? Merlin.
Yes. Maybe I missed it. I clicked on it, but okay, 10.
All right, so Wyrick, begins to bleed profusely. He will lose 3 hit points at the start of each of his turns for the next 2 rounds.
Woo!
Initiative, everyone.
-8. And that's just bypassing his shields?
No, that is melee. So it's going to do damage reduction and all that.
But I assume the bleed bypasses the shield.
The bleed effect does, yeah.
Yeah.
So DR3 to a minimum of 3, so 8 down to 5, so 2 and 2.
Correct.
Quick maths.
And every turn 3 more. Well, next turn 3 more.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's interesting.
They're getting their crits out of the way on the initiative. So, and Cleon's taking it personally.
That's weird. That's weird.
Right.
You just rolled. I can't. Where am I? There we go. Come on. There we go. Let's just see what everybody else does.
Yeah. To be honest, as the sort of front runner tank, that's often the best role to have. Like, let everyone sort of get out the way or prep their things so that you can then run in at the end of all the setup.
You mean all our
Assuming
mistakes?
everything doesn't all blow up in your face before
Yeah, I was
that.
gonna say, you mean all our mistakes, man?
Yeah.
I think that's everybody. That looks like everybody. So, off in the distance, more motion comes your way. This one leaps down from a massive tree branch, and it's zipping your direction quite rapidly. Which is, I believe, $20 more. So it basically gets like behind this big old rock, and that's as far as it can move. Next up is Wirik, who just got swiped at.
Yeah, you don't like that. Strategically, I mean, he would either just attack or he would maybe swing around to there and kind of open up for someone else to come in and flank.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that he would
the log and
yeah. Like, if you feel like he would do that, then that's what he's going to do.
Yeah. I mean, technically, he's the only one with military training here, so...
Right.
I do think it makes sense that he would hop up there, and then he'd probably... and I'm mostly just saying this because, you know, you're using him for the first time. He'd probably pull out his scalpel and stab the thing.
Yeah. That's what I was going to do. So that's just... Go ahead and I'll click on that. So he's going to scalpel, take a swipe. That's 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
8 slashing, is that right? Looks good. Yep.
Yeah. Ignores some damage reduction. I don't remember how much. It should say on the attack.
Ignores the armor penetration. Target's effective damage reduction against this attack is reduced by half the wielder's utility ability bonus plus the weapon's augmentation.
It should say, like, in parentheses what the total is.
Oh, 2. 2. Yes, sorry, 2.
Okay. And then Bleeder, right?
Yes, Bleeder 3. On a critical hit. I don't know that I critical hit it. No, I didn't.
No, you did not.
That's, 3 rounds until it recovers hit points.
Right. Sorry.
He only gets 1 attack, right?
Yeah.
So he's like, slash me, I'll slash you.
Uh, 3 hit points for 3 rounds. Yeah. Okay. That is his turn. Now there's another one in waiting in the wings. Is that the phrase?
It is.
It's one of them.
It's one of them.
It's certainly a phrase.
Okay. Did you?
This one hops down and just like a breakneck speed. These things are fast. This one is one of the larger ones, and just having seen a smaller one move just a moment ago, the larger ones are faster. Like, it's full dash movement and then a little bit extra, and it's here right behind Cherry, like menacing you.
Goodness.
But it so it was its movement, action, bonus action to get there. Now it's Armilla's turn.
Hi.
Hello.
This is gonna sound weird. I'm trying to figure out what they look like. They're like
they're like very humanoid with like sort of mottled brown skin, but that skin is like hard, like a tortoise shell almost.
okay. So my thought process is these are humanoids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Arms and legs.
Bipeds, even, if that helps.
Right. But I'm thinking that maybe we can communicate with them, possibly. I don't want to just kill them all.
We didn't start it.
What?
We didn't start the fight.
Yeah, I'm aware. But we did enter their home. So I cannot tell of any intelligent actions. It is all like survival techniques, as far as I can tell.
Sure, yeah, more or less. I mean, you also, but to be fair, you haven't tried to communicate with them in any capacity.
Well,
not that necessarily means anything.
I am about to, but I'm not sure how.
I'd say with your mouth, but technically you don't have one.
Technically, I do not. Because part of my brain went, oh, if Mordetto were here, he could tell me if they're intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like there's 3 of them.
That you can see currently?
Yes. I don't even know what I would say. I'm not here to hurt you, and then I shoot them.
You could always, we're not here to hurt you, and then hold an action to hurt them if they hurt.
Okay. I can't believe I'm doing this. Which one is the largest one?
The one by Cherry.
Okay. So I'm going to kind of face his direction and kind of go in between here so I'm protected. And my hand will be on my pistol, but I'm just going to say, hey, can we just walk through here to the engine room and see if they react at all to talking to them? Just, hey, can we just walk through here?
Give me a persuasion check.
Okay. I don't think I'm very persuasive, but you know. No.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Yeah, but you can still learn something.
Right, so that was at the larger one. Heck. I'm trying to think of what languages you guys speak, and then we circle back to the technically we never determined what the primary language of humanity was. And then after some extensive thinking, and I did forget to mention this, that it was kind of together two primary languages beyond trade speak for humanity would basically be English and Chinese. So if you have like a human language written down, which I know like Rylan does, you would basically pick one of the two.
That's interesting. So you're essentially saying, would Cleon know English or Chinese?
Yeah, pretty much.
I've never thought of it, and that's
I mean, it would be like the iteration that you would know would be of an older dialect because you are technically from like 3,000 years ago or so.
Right.
So, you know the languages that Google Translate currently knows.
Actually, I kind of would propose that Cleon would know both, because he would know one of the two and have learned the other one.
I would absolutely give that to you, yes. So I think...
So, and he does have human on his sheet.
Yeah, which contextually I would say you would basically know like whatever the, you know, proper phrasing for like Neo-English and like Neo-Chinese would be, right?
Right.
So this creature responds, clean one's enemy, never change, no matter how strange. And it does not leave its aggressive posture at all. To be fair, while it definitely spoke, Armilla did not understand.
I think Cleon did. Did anyone else? Did you say? And I don't know that Cleon would know, but you said Cleon understood, right?
Cleon understands, and I think Cleon would have like the awareness that Rylan understood.
Okay.
But I think Weirik may have as well, but I'm not sure if he has human written there.
Okay. In a panic, I would probably start talking like gibberish. Okay, so your ship is about to crash. We need to stop it. Not that they know what a ship is, probably. But we're not the enemy. I don't know what else to say.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not even going to pull out a weapon.
That is fair. And that is your turn. So having heard them speak, it will be, you know, up to your decision on what to say. This one clatters down the branches and ends its turn like just looming over Rylan.
Maxie.
What a strange thing to have occurred. Roll 20. Okay. Roll 20 seems to think there's an extra guy over there, but there's not. I can't click on him or nothing.
It knows the future.
Over to Cherry then. So it basically Rylan would just be like, "What the hell?" as they're literally talking, and then it would just be up to Cleon. I don't think Wyrick has any response. He's got like a confused look on his face, and Cleon if he said anything.
If I had the opportunity to say something, I would have immediately.
Like you
but
would
I
have
thought
gotten. No, I mean, do you like react? Not do you respond?
react to hearing what it said.
Yeah. Like
Yes.
let me give you an example. You could go, wait, but you couldn't
Gotcha.
like formulate an argument. You see what I'm saying?
Could I say they're intelligent?
Oh, to the rest of the party.
Yeah, just in
Sure.
you know,
They're intelligent,
like
and that would be all.
I
you can do.
understood them. They're intelligent. If I could,
Yeah.
you know, maybe speed talk that.
Yeah, I think you could get that out, and then it would be kind of up to Cherry what to do, as this thing is like, you know, crouched, ready to pounce on her.
So I think I would put my hand like on my laser pistol, but not take it out yet, in case they attack. And maybe just say like, "What did it say?" or something.
Sure.
That's it.
Okay. And I think with that like development, rather than attacking, Sovok sort of just interposes himself and his shield between it and Cherry. I think he'll sort of hold his action to try and knock it prone if it attacks. This one is going to... Whoop. I didn't even know you could do that. If you click on a token and you press Z, it like brings up a big picture of the token.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
I think I've done that.
Oh, I
once or
love
twice.
that. You've got to own the token, though.
Oh, yeah. Interesting. All right, this one zips up and it's next to Sovok, and it goes, and it appears to be like some form of like actually I don't think Wyrick or Rylan understood it, but they recognized the language. Just to fix that, my mistake.
Okay.
So it talks again. Cleon, being the one who recognizes it, it goes, "We eat them." There's like a door of communication open. There appears to be hesitancy on their part, and they aren't like attacking, but they're poising themselves to be ready to.
Gotcha.
Same.
Yeah.
Same.
Which, I mean, with that, I think Spook will... as instructed, do her thing. Well, that's interesting. I think you notice that she sort of like ducks low and sort of, I mean, you see where she goes, right, Cleon and Xylos?
Yeah.
You see where she goes, but she like disappears under the tree trunk. And that is her turn to sort of quote-unquote vanish. Xylos. While you can't understand the words being said, you definitely feel the tension in the room, so to speak.
And I was looking at my wisdom modifiers and things to sort of try and work out like Zalas's perception of this situation. And what he's going to do now is just make it wide form taser. Held action for previously he was looking that way, but now with there being so many this way, that's the way he's looking, and he's going to say to Xylon, Cleon, sorry. I'll get it right first time eventually. This could become a big fight. But that's a bad idea. We'll all die. and that's as much as like in a sort of moment of action.
We're all gonna die.
Yeah, I mean, kind of.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Alright. I don't think Rylan necessarily notices that there's one directly above him. So that's like not influencing his action here. He basically swaps the shotgun with the sniper rifle with the shotgun and moves here.
Mm.
And while he's not pointing it at them, he is ready to fire if the need arises. In other words, he will hold his action if they resume hostilities. Cleon, as the only person who seems to be able to actually understand them and not just recognize that they are speaking, what would you like to do?
Thinking about that. Not totally sure still. What I'd like to do is try to communicate in the 6 seconds that I have. I feel like I guess what I'm gonna do
to be fair, if
is...
you want to use your action to communicate, that's more than a sort of like the sort of passive chit chat that we generally do.
Yeah, that's fair. So doing so, would you?
Well, I'm going to communicate with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, and hopefully not use my action to do so. To be honest, I'm going to move up here.
Sure, yeah.
Kind of depends.
And I'm going to communicate to them. So I'm talking to the creatures.
Sure.
Maybe the one who spoke. And as I'm approaching, as I'm speaking to him, I'm saying, "You don't need us. We don't want to kill you. You don't fight us. We won't fight you." And I'm going to, I've got my blade. It's out. It's in a defensive posture though. And if it wasn't, in that state, then I'm my weapon like appears next to me, down along my leg. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like I'm not holding it up. I'm not holding it in an offensive manner, but it's there. Sure. And hold action. If they attack, I'm going to attack the first one who tries to attack anybody in the group within my reach.
So are you actively trying to convince them not to fight you?
I don't think... Well, I mean, as much as I can while still holding an action to attack them if they attack back. That's the more important thing to me, is that I will
be clear. You can't unless you use your action.
Exactly.
Like you're just kind of saying words and not like trying to convince them of anything.
That's what I understood it to probably be. So yes, I'm not trying to persuade them or intimidate or anything. I'm literally just saying what I said. approaching, not attacking, trying to remain in a defensive posture, but being ready in case they just don't care what I say and attack.
I mean,
but I'm not attacking, so the rest of the group will see that too, you know? But
like, I think it's a scenario where no, they don't care what you say. You have to convince them. And I like, to be clear, that's very clear to you. They're not going to just not attack. There's hesitancy here, but the attack will resume if you don't convince them not to resume it.
if that's completely clear to me, yeah, I mean, I would have taken.
I think it's like,
actions
you know,
without
the
them.
writing on the wall scenario, you know, of the scenario.
Okay, then I wouldn't even. I mean, my weapon wouldn't be involved. I would take the posture of basically moving the same place, but you know, literally speaking to the person. I'm not even sure that they're going to understand me, you know, but I'm trying to speak in their same language. So either way, yeah, I'll do that. I'll try to literally communicate with them and negotiate for peace.
Yeah, let's. So you very clearly speak the language,
Yep.
or some variation thereof, or I guess
Mhm.
more accurately, they speak a variation of the language you speak. Is more accurate.
Right.
So, oh, and you're the only inedible one here. Give me a persuasion check at advantage.
Okay. At advantage. That's nice. Persuasion, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
there you go. Thank you for. Well, it would have even without the advantage would have been fine, but
it's pretty good.
like,
Uh,
I mean, with an 11 charisma, that's a performance of his lifetime.
Yeah.
yes.
This one down here, the larger one, and then there's the larger one up on top of the tree, stands up and like holds his hands out like to either side of him, and he goes, "You're not clean ones. You are outsiders."
We're very dirty.
Where?
Well, I mean, that's like a statement for response, to be clear.
Right. Right.
So he's like asking this as a question.
I think Cleon would be nodding in an affirmative. You know, I don't know if he could say one word. He would just say yes.
I think you could nod, you know?
Okay.
Something to that effect.
Taps his nose. You got it. You're right on the money, buddy.
And like
Tong,
presuming nobody like attacks, this is switched a little bit to a conversation. Why here?
Cleon, well, can Cleon look over, well, if it's a conversation, Cleon will look over at Armilla and ask them, do you think they understand they're on a spaceship? I don't know why, but she, you know, they're the xenobiologists.
Probably not, but we could say that their home is falling. Maybe they would understand fall, right? And we're trying to prevent that or stop that would be the word we'd use.
I think Cleon, upon that little exchange with Armilla, would turn back and try to communicate to them, like in character as much as I can, that a disaster is headed toward your world. We are here to try to prevent that. We didn't know you're here. We're not here to hurt you. We are outsiders. We are dirty. And if you will let us, all we want to do is save your world from doom and fire and destruction is coming.
There's definitely like visible hesitancy as like it's less of a matter of they necessarily believe you and more of a matter of you're not our enemy.
Right.
Like now that we've realized and established that you aren't whomever these clean ones are, there's less there's very clearly less of a desire to attack. Not makes sense.
Go ahead.
If you pass through, not all will stay hand. Where you go.
Was that a question?
Yeah.
Can I excuse me. Can I like use the scanner or whatever to bring up a picture of the map, maybe?
Yeah, go for it.
And you know, just try to demonstrate we were planning to go in this direction. I don't think Cleon would speak that, you know, verbosely, but more just indicate.
Kind of like we
Here's
have
where
this,
we're going.
you know, we have this picture that tells us where we're going or something, you know?
Right.
Okay, when he pulls that up, when he pulls that picture up, I'm going to say, do we want to ask them to come with us, you know, to see what we're doing and know that we're safe? Know that we're not going to hurt them.
I think if Armilla expresses what, you know, you just expressed, Cleon would turn and try to translate as best exactly what they're asking to get the exact answer. So essentially, if Armilla just asked them that.
As you're sort of indicating on this like image where you're going and that you're passing through the lab and then going that way. There's sort of like this like reel back. We not go where mad ones are. And like indicating towards the lab.
The lab? Okay.
Okay.
When he does that, I'm sorry, can Cleon just say, is dangerous? See what he says.
Danger.
Okay.
Like us. But motions like is motioning towards the vines. But lives in them.
Make sure I convey all that to Armilla, you know, and anybody else who's listening, but word for word, you know.
Avoid mad ones. But if can't, they like searching for a word. Not like hot.
They're vulnerable to spicy food. Understood.
No, jalapeno orchard to the south.
If we remove that danger, will it show them that we're trying to help?
Is that a question?
Yeah, I'll convey that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
You remove mad ones. And their pain. You not enemy. You not outsider. You friend.
Got it.
I look at Cleon and go, that's what we need to do.
I mean, it sounds like we're
Then
headed that
nods.
way anyway.
Yeah.
Also, during this time,
And
Xanos was having his drone sort of like come up to as far up as possible while looking in the direction that we sort of want to end up being, like not the sort of like route round, but just the direct, like straight looking at the um sort of like far
So not the
exit.
lab, like the exit.
Yes, indeed. And sort of and then sort of showing that feed to Cleon's saying that are they able to say if that area's safe as well?
I'll try to convey that, get that question asked.
I mean, this will help, right? You do see like a landmark that direction. It looks like a massive tree that was burned down some time ago. Not like a year ago, but like 50 years ago. But it's like still this such a massive tree that it's like identifiable on the horizon. So it's in the direction of the burnt tree, which just based on the map, the exit's on the other side of it. Like that's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Like, is that safe? So you kind of have that landmark to communicate.
Yeah. And depending on how the communication is going, maybe even showing the VR feed, which I don't know if they're going to be spooked by that or not, but to them.
Probably wait on that part. So what does Cleon say?
If I'm supposed to convey anything, I would do that. Otherwise, I think
the sort of is the land to and beyond the burnt tree safe, I guess.
Was that what I mean, is this a second question or is that the same?
That is the question, I think.
Okay. And
Yeah. And if they're unclear, then there's the sort of possibility of showing them the advanced technology that we possess.
Right. So you communicate that, and the response comes in. It comes as other clan at Burnt Tree can again, like searching for words. It seems like they don't necessarily like they clearly have the intelligence to speak, but it seems like there isn't like a frequency thereof.
Yeah, they don't talk a lot.
Yeah. Move them. Distract. If you put mad ones to rest.
They'll react to the mad ones being killed.
No, that was more of an offer. If you put the mad ones to rest, we will distract them, was that offer.
Oh. That works.
Yeah. Certainly does.
Yeah. I mean, sounds good to me, right?
Yes. So we'll go to the lab, we'll kill the mad ones. Hopefully.
Okay, though Cleon, I will say I don't know about the rest of you, but I've never been on a hit mission of this kind. I guess we sort of did the raid, but that was sort of working from a core out. Here we seem to have a bit more option of how we might go about a mission like that.
I kind of want to say, what are you asking? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not, what, you know.
Well,
Are
I'm
you
asking.
objecting to what we're suggesting to do?
Not at all. I'm just saying that I don't know how to go about it, other than yeah, like do we spread out? Do we go straight in? I have no idea how these attack
Okay.
missions go.
That's a good point. It raises a question, and this is literally in character. Kling said everything I just said. Do you only have a wide form taser on your person?
No, I've got and Xanos will pull out like he did pick up one of the plasma pistol. It's one plasma pistol, one laser pistol, and a wide form taser.
Okay. Are you?
And I've got some of these sort of devices and sort of referring to the sort of things around his waistline.
Right.
That are sort of various devices for like the pulse wave. Yeah.
Senior devices.
I
Yeah.
also think Spook will be useful to get in there and get more information.
What about Spook?
She'll be useful to get into the area.
Sure, absolutely.
So yeah, I think we can
I
do
guess.
it.
I mean, to kind of bookend with Cleon and Xylos. He had another question, basically asking after those lines of questions. Cleon would say, "Are you a pacifist at heart?"
Oh
and
no,
it's sincere.
Like,
It's not.
no, I'm fine with I try not to kill people, but if I stun them and I realize that they're going to be a problem, then that's what I've got my knife for. I
Okay.
slit their throat when they are stunned. That's all fine to me.
Gotcha. Well, if you generally prefer to not kill things, and we're on a mission to kill things, just pull out a weapon that actually kills things and use that. Just like and just look at anybody else and mimic them. So take cover. Other than that, just once we get there, I don't know. If you want to stick by my side, I'm fine with that.
Oh, don't worry. I was just wondering if there's like, because I've never sort of I'm not super experienced in the sort of assault team. If there's sort of ways that people like to have engaging, and I know that okay, out of character, I've forgotten their name. You were just referring to their name, the one that went invisible.
Spook.
Yeah, Spook.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit different from the way that Spook does it, but I can use my shield essentially to do what Spook does as well.
That's great.
But it depends on what the plan is, because that's what I'm thinking. Like, do we want to have a plan, or do we want to just rush in?
I really don't think you guys have enough information to determine that at this stage.
I think we're not at the stage that we'll know that.
Like, you guys don't even know the layout of the structure or anything, just that this is a thing, that there's a threat there, right?
Suggesting that Spook.
All right, and I can make sure my drone gives us as much information as we can get.
Sure, that too.
Yeah, we'll scan when we get there, and then we'll try to come up with a plan. And generally speaking, just to like in character, Cleon has put his hand on Silas's shoulder and saying that's understandable. Everything, he's totally compassionate with everything he's saying, and did say, in fact, you can stick by my side if that makes you feel safer. But generally speaking, it's probably a good idea for you to stick in the flank with Armilla, and let Sovok and myself, be up front. We can take a lot more hits.
And so yeah, Xylos is a bit antsy because like every time thus far something has gone wrong for Xylos.
Yeah, it's understandable.
So he's a bit antsy about this.
It's okay.
But so
we'll always bring your corpse
he's keen
back.
for
No worries.
there to be plans. But he's aware that he's not good at making, or he's not capable of making those plans. That's out of his experience.
Mm-hmm.
I think these individuals that have sort of been lingering for a while start to like the smaller ones like peel away and just sort of like disappear up into the trees, and then the one that's been speaking to you goes, if you put to rest mad ones with the vines, I will know. If you fail, thank you for trying.
Cleon nods.
Like climbs up the tree and just like skedaddles away.
Right before that happens, can we retcon real quick? Cleon wanted to say, my name's Cleon. If you need me, call that name, and I don't know whether to offer a handshake or just what, because I feel like in different cultures it can seem aggressive, but wanted to formally be like, I respect you, you know what I mean, to the person by saying this is my name and whatnot.
So you like put out your hands, and this individual puts out their hands, and instead of like grasping your own, they sort of motion for you to turn your hand.
Okay.
Sort of like this.
Right.
Yeah. You do so. They put their hand on top of yours, and they go, I, Ra, leader of Clan Ra, mark, trust, and well, with that, they take their kind of like their pointer finger and like drag it across the palm of your hand, which like sort of like etches into the like wooden skin that you have, and they flip their hand over as if expecting you to do the same thing. Mark, trust. Not that you have a claw to do so, but
right.
you can,
I will
sort of like
I will
mimic the act.
Yes.
Right. And then they scurry up the tree.
Yes. And I think just maybe at the very end, look over at Armilla, even though Armilla doesn't have eyes or a face, but just try to convey.
I think Armilla had stated that she was gonna sort of like start to do dents in for the eyes.
Yeah. Okay. That's cool. Just try to communicate sort of like non-verbally, or even maybe just with a word or whatever. Be like that went well. Like, so.
You got a 20 there. You're gonna get a 1 somewhere else, right?
Yeah.
A sort of nod of satisfaction.
Say well done.
Yeah.
That worked well.
I do think from there you guys can head over to the lab, which is probably about another 10-15 minutes walk from here. But you find yourselves not having to deal with any other individuals attacking you. You sort of get the implication that this is like, a sort of a clan territory scenario, and
Gotcha.
Word's been spread that like in this area that you guys are to be left alone. At least that's what it seems like. But as you guys sort of approach the lab itself, you guys can see that there's like these massive vines that are sort of like grown out and over top of it, you can still see like the entrance to like this building, a place for you to go inside. Is that what you guys would like to do?
Yeah, let's just rush in. No, I'm joking.
And are the vines sort of like growing out of this area into this area, or sort of it's sort of like mixed in as much as the trees are?
It seems to be largely mixed, but it's also fairly. It also seems fairly clear that this, at least for some of the vines, is the source. Maybe not all of them, but at least for some of them. Make sense?
Yes, indeed.
With the other source being the burnt tree.
Honestly, unclear. It's just... It seems like
generically
a lot of the...
passively amongst the forest.
Right.
Gotcha.
It definitely seems like the majority of the vines that are infesting this building are coming from the building and going wrapping back around. Because just to be clear on what I mean, I'm not talking about the whole forest's source of vines. I'm talking about specifically the ones on the building.
Gotcha.
Hopefully that makes sense. I realize
And
I forgot to put tokens on
so Saul sort of have his drone do a sort of like full 360 sweep of this building, looking for all sort of like entrances, exits, and sort of any anomalies about the building beyond what we're sort of seeing from where we're currently stood.
Yeah, I do think the only necessarily the only anomaly that you might detect is that there's definitely a lot more. The scans read that there's a lot more of a power output going on here than the majority of the other buildings that you guys have been. Yeah. Not buildings, but like sections that you guys have been around. Which
and
kind of looking for such
if it does a sort of 360 sweep. Actually, hold on. Yeah, is this building small enough to be able to feasibly do a 360 sweep, or is it?
It's decently sized. Like you could like it's not miles large or anything.
Sure.
It's for all intents and purposes a smaller research facility, right? I'm gonna have to refresh my Roll20. Hold please.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, it is a smaller like research facility, lab sort of area. You do not think you're going to have any issue getting inside. There's a very clear like opening that would lead inside. And this is where you guys were sort of told to go for the purposes of finding a terminal.
Right.
And there's no sort of like anomalous, concerning issues from the outside sweep, basically.
Nothing that you can see beyond just the vines. There's
that's fine.
A
lot
of them. But
yeah.
Something occurs to Cleon when we get to this place, basically, that involves Cherry, actually, and the geologist, because I'm curious about what's underneath of us. Specifically, I mean, I haven't scanned. I don't think any of us have scanned for anything subterranean. And it occurs to me that a geologist might be the person to do something like that. So if I'm assuming Cherry is still visible to Cleon would look around and ask Cherry, can you scan what's underneath of us? Like, how deep does it go? Is there anything subterranean? Is there anything interesting about any of this? The geology here, basically?
If I can, I feel like she'd be really excited about that and probably would have been daydreaming at some point, thinking about it.
Absolutely. If you want to give me a check with your scanner. Oof. I mean, it's a little difficult to get a clearer read, but I think for the most part, you definitely get. It's very clear that this sort of whole area is built on. It's for lack of a better way to put it. Somebody just poured their sandbox into like a cargo bay. But it's a really big cargo bay, and then they grew a bunch of plants on it, right? That's more or less what's happened here. Part of the reason why there may be more like of an excess power thing, and like, yeah, you did only roll an 8, so it's not like you're not getting a lot, but we're sort of combining this with something I forgot to mention for Xylos' stuff. This structure is more like just like the room in a ship, but it's popping up instead of like being adjacent, like in a corridor or what have you, right? So it's like a portion of the ship, the very stuff that all the sand is on, quote unquote, because it's like dirt and stuff for growing the plants, like comes up and makes this building, right? Hopefully that made sense. I feel like I trailed off there.
I get it.
Okay.
I'm just it's sort of fluff in the long run, but is this arboretum? Arborarium?
Arboretum.
Arboretum. Is it actually spherical? Like can we tell that?
I don't think
It's
you
a
can
big
tell
bubble.
because of just like how many trees and stuff there are, but it is. Like,
Okay.
From the scans, from the deck plans, it is circular, yeah.
That's why I've been picturing it that way. So, in my mind, it's like at the bottom of a sphere, there's dirt and everything's growing out of that. But it's, it's like a big, well, it's an arboretum. That's exactly what it is. So,
Yeah. I guess maybe I misinterpreted your question. Like, it is like a dome and the bottom is flat. But all
okay,
of
I
this
got
is
you.
circular, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how, like, what other information you guys could garner. You guys could, if you wanted to, I suppose, send in Spook, who's, I'm only saying that because you guys had said that. Who, well, yeah, she's very good at stealth. Her other capabilities could potentially be the benefit you're looking for here, if only for expediency's sake. What's up?
I was gonna say let's just say that Armilla brought it up, I believe, and I forgot my own name. Cleon, turns to Spook and says, "How do you think you can contribute here?" That sort of paves the way for them to.
Well, I could scout ahead. Let you know what I find.
If you feel confident that you can do that safely, then I guess you have my blessing. That sounds weird, but basically, I mean, I guess I would be in command, so I would phrase it in a different way. I can't take right now to be in character to act like Cleon enough.
All right.
Xylos will say, like, yeah, there's no way around it. It's going to wind up being a fight now, right? And so Xylos will sort of hit his bot on Cleon, on Amela, and what's the guy with the blue outline?
Weird.
Wyrick, and on Wyrick, aid.
Okay. So on yourself, sorry, just reiterate the who.
On no, not myself. On Wirrick, on Miller, and on Cleon.
Okay, just popping off an 8 for those folk. Sounds good.
That's just 5, right? 5 hit points.
Yes. 5 hit points and 5 to the max.
Right.
For the next. Yeah.
That was basically 5 healing and then 5 to the max.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Spook's just like, all right, so we need to get this done quickly, as far as I understand it, before this place crashes down on the colony. I believe we have probably about 18 hours left, so just in order to take a little less time, yeah, I'll go in. Just be ready to move when I get back.
Sorry to interrupt. You said 5 to
5 to your current hit points and to your max for the moment.
Okay. Okay.
Right. So Spook sort of like moves towards the structure, but before you guys manage to lose sight of her, she sort of like glows just a little bit more, and her body sort of like shimmers a little bit, and then she just like walks through the wall.
I would not mind that skill. I actually say that out loud.
And Xylos, kind of in a response of, I wonder how you would stop that skill as well. The two sort of yin and yang of the response to that.
Yeah. I'd say she's very fast. Maybe 2 minutes later, she just sort of appears, just like out of nowhere. She just like walks up and she's like, "All right," just like from behind you guys, like she came out and went around. And she's just like, "All right." So it doesn't look like there's that much going on in there. I did manage to find the computer core. There's a lot of overgrown vines scattered about the place. There's a couple of those dead, a couple of those clan, what was it, Raw folks dead in there. I didn't see the creature itself, but I could hear it moving around in the vents. It seems to live in, like the lab area of the lab. But it tried to follow me through the computer core, but, I slipped away through a wall, so that wasn't that big of a deal. But it just looks like there's as far as I could tell, the one creature in there. And as long as you're willing to cut through a couple vines, we can get to the computer core without too much issue.
Do you believe that we could get to the core and avoid the creature?
No, I don't. I think the only reason why I
Okay.
made it out without dealing with it is because of my ability to phase through the walls.
Gotcha. And your assessment is that it's an aggressive, violent creature.
I think it would have taken my head off if it could have.
Understood.
As for its actual capabilities in combat, I can't say.
Understood. I we got to go in. So, I guess prepare for battle.
Right?
Okay.
Is there any way we can report to the ship?
Absolutely, I meant to bring that up. Thank you. But that's
Go
a
for
wonderful idea of yours. 'Cause I forgot.
So, let's report to the ship really quick, and then I want to talk to Murdetto for a moment after the report stuff. I'll tell you that beforehand.
Yeah, maybe Cleon just does a formal report of everything.
Sure.
Yep.
So you deliver your formal report, and then what did you want to talk to Murdetto about?
Murdetto, can you feel anyone here besides us?
Yeah, go for it. Hold on, I'm gonna have to open Murdetto's sheet for this thought. Is it a good day or a bad day for our friend Murdetto? Let me find it. Roll a d20, please.
For who?
Oh, Mothership, could you roll a d20 because Murdetto is your second character? That's why you're the one doing it.
So, you just want me to roll a d20?
Please do.
Is it a good day or bad day?
That's
It's-
literally what we're rolling.
Is if only one could do a d20 to determine that.
You know, it's actually interesting because for Murdetto, a 3 is probably a good day. So, can you open Murdetto's sheet and roll me a psionics check, please?
Sure.
Wish I remembered some of these things.
Oh,
Okay, hold please.
I mean, assuming he would have heard the report and that we found
The one that you
other-
guys just made, sure.
that we found the humanoids here.
So, uh, 30,000.
They actually had human DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With a 12, while in his current state, he can sense pretty much the entirety of the ship, but he's lacking focus at the moment.
Understandable.
Can you repeat the question? Now that I've gotten distracted by all that.
I wanted to know if he could feel the humanoids and if he could give us a guesstimate of how many were here, possibly.
It's hard to gauge the exact number, but yes, I can feel them. With a 12, he's just going to give you a very wide range. More than 50, less than 1,000.
Yeah, that's a wide range. Okay. Okay. I was going to ask if he could tell if the vines were intelligent, but it doesn't sound like he's doing too well. I don't know that he could select them out.
Not
We
with
need a
that
druid.
12.
All right. All right. Well, and I'll just go. You and I may have some work to do on this ship when we succeed.
Yeah. It, can we get an update on the other team? Are they making any progress on the engines?
Forgot to give you guys that update because of that whole roleplay encounter that just happened. So
Gotcha.
we'll say like you guys are about to go in, and like you guys click off this communication with Murdetto, and then the radio comes in, and they're like, who's given this? Anzo. Engines are as good as we're going to get them. Missing parts and circuitry completely fried, and there's no replacement parts in this cargo bay if there ever were. The system is locked out, so we couldn't even control them from down here if we wanted to. Glad we sent you guys that way. Otherwise we'd have lost some time doing this before, nobody being anywhere near there. But the engines should fire for repositioning.
Okay. So we still have a chance to not have to destroy it.
All right.
Good.
Okay.
All
Let's
right.
do this.
All right, so you guys find yourselves moving through this like heavily vine-ridden lab. You pass through like an actual laboratory, and you find a number of what look like specimen containers that have like been shattered and broken open, with like vines growing out of them and like breaking through windows, and some like just tearing through the metal wall. But without like more context from a log or something, you don't really fully know what's happened here. As you guys continue down, you can hear, especially Xylos and Cleon, you guys can hear this creature following you around in the vents. You can just sort of hear it like rattling the vents as it moves through. But at the moment, it hasn't attacked you guys yet.
Cleon will
entirely sure why.
Gotcha. Cleon will reiterate to the party. We were told it may be weak to heat, fire, plasma. Use those kinds of weapons if you can.
Upon him reminding us of that, pulling out the plasma pistol.
So hopefully,
or at least having hand on the plasma pistol.
Hopefully
as we head on.
You guys can see.
Yes.
As you guys are heading into the computer core section.
I'm sorry, I forgot I was muted. What about putting one of your like smoke gas bombs in the vents? Not to get an explosion, but to get gassy in there. But then would that drive him out?
Can you make it gassy?
I mean, they're only small, and these vents are how we're breathing down here as well. Although I don't know. I know, Cleon, you don't need that, I don't need but I'm not sure about you. Do you need that as well?
You're right. Okay. So that would be a backup. Okay.
It was a good idea. Like if we have to do similar to what we did last time. I don't see any vents in here though. Well, wait, are those two back? Oh, that's ahead, right? Okay, we're heading south this time.
Yeah. These are vents down here.
Gotcha.
Different vent. They're definitely different vents, but these aren't like a huge open corridor of a cargo bay.
Yeah.
So Sorry, there's a little bit of a reveal that hasn't been revealed. There's a door here, and like above it, it's like labeled computer core, and there's like a vine growing across it. What you guys want to do?
I think Sovok would be ahead of Cleon probably at least by 5-10 feet. And other than that, everybody else looks positioned well.
And this is the lab, right?
This is the computer core section of the lab, yeah. Oh, Sovok is not.
And
here. Okay.
sort of as heading in with
Yeah, I don't see him.
Xylos will sort of say, our job here technically is to just kill stuff that's in here, right?
Cleon will turn to Xylos and say, we think there's one very dangerous creature in here that we will absolutely kill if it shows up, because it will kill you. Be on guard, protect your life, protect your crew members. Be ready.
Yeah.
That, and it's killing others as well.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I can't imagine anything else happening here. Rylan sort of leans back and like whispers to Xylos, and he goes, when he says kill you, do you think he means you specifically, or just kind of any of us?
No,
Like if they defend your crew members.
No, he meant defend me, yes.
Right,
Don't
right.
let Xylos. Understood.
Amazing.
I mean, that's a great side quest, so we'll try to do that.
Yeah.
So, what are you guys doing?
Proceeding, I think, unless anybody else wanted to do anything here.
Yeah, and so actually, one other thing is, where's Xylos? I couldn't see myself in the hit point bars, but going to sort of move on, sort of towards the top third and send my drone for a scan of the immediate vicinity of like the sort of room ahead for a visual scan.
Sure. So, do you guys kind of want to move towards this this door, or like, are you like as a group? Are you moving towards the door and then the drone's going forward into the other room, or what are we doing?
Is that a door?
Yeah, that's a door.
Okay. I knew I missed something when you were pinging earlier. I wasn't on the map. I didn't have it visible. But
although one thing I will say is, I think I'd have been moving forward, but generally trying to keep just behind Cleon at the very most.
Yeah, I was going to try to, designate that I think everybody's going to move forward. So even though Xylos is, you were moving forward, I was like, yeah, but we'll all move forward at the same time.
Yeah.
So,
Sure.
if you wanted to give me Sovok too, I'm fine with that. Or at least if you wanted to let me move his token, that's fine. If not, no problem. But Sovok would probably be up against the door.
That doesn't bother me at all. There's especially a logic to it, given you are the tactical officer.
Mm-hmm.
And drone doing its scanny thing.
All right, you should have control of it now.
And just instructed for a visual loop.
So it looks like everybody sort of moved a little bit forward, yeah? I will say, despite the look on the map, this does appear to just sort of be like an open room with some like what was probably like stored computer components or something to that effect. It's a little unclear, as like one of these vines is like crashed clean through it. And now it's just like scattered bits. What were you going to say, Cleon?
I was going to suggest to everybody to perhaps try not to disturb any of the vines. Don't step on them. Don't damage them. if you can help it. I'm standing on one, right? So I'm gonna move. In fact, who did I?
You're standing on it and you look behind you. Don't step on the vines.
Oh, wait a minute. There's 2 Sovoks. Now.
Oh, wow. Roll 20,
Hmm.
please. I don't
And
see
that's
the
'cause I
second one.
One's
Okay,
a
and-
mimic.
Might just be me. Do you see Cleon with Sovok right to the right of him? Yeah.
Yes, Cleon. There was Sovok that just ran off that way, and it's back.
Right
here
now,
now.
Okay,
no
okay,
one
so
is
you
next
can
to
see
Cleon.
him.
Yeah, I see this
Oh, okay.
Sovok.
Yeah, correct.
This one, then, you don't see moving?
That one that you just moved is
now
the
there?
only Sovok I see.
Okay, but Scott, you see the one. Okay, Scott sees both of them. You only see the one.
I only see this one that I keep pinging.
This one.
Oh, really? Interesting.
So that's the real one. If you see
Well,
2, unfortunately,
but-
you're gonna have to be the one that refreshes.
That's. I just moved one.
This one.
That's the one that I see.
What's happening is if I move either one of
I
them,
think
as
I
soon as I let go,
understand.
you guys see it. But I still see 2. Like, I just moved the second one, not the
so
first one. I'm moving them all back and forth.
Maybe
alternate.
just throw one off the screen, and
That's what I
because
did.
it seems like we
No, I
only
think you just
see
need to refresh.
whichever you move most recently.
I
And
think you
that's
just
what,
need to
if
refresh.
I move one off the screen, then yeah, I can try that. I mean, it's going to bring all the. I'll
it'll
just
close the
reopen Word.
sheets and stuff,
Yeah.
Unfortunately. That's what I had to do for that exact reason.
Oh,
Except
yeah.
it wasn't just one, it was the entire party that was duplicated.
Gotcha.
Anyway,
It's coming back.
but yeah, that looks like sort of a storage area for like computer equipment that's been like bashed through by vines and stuff. But as you guys are sort of moving southward, there's like a lot of motion right behind the last 3 in the group as the vine itself sort of like spreads and like seals the way
Behind us.
behind
in
you.
front.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Upon seeing as well the vines go through the input consoles and whatnot, Xylus will say something that he was sort of passively thinking about, mostly as a humor thing, because he doesn't know about the biology so much of, like, these vines replacing the bugs and everything. It's like it's turned into circuit boards for nature, isn't it?
Could be.
Mm,
And
what are you suggesting?
well,
is Xylus making sense?
it's just a sort of really interesting phenomena. I don't really have anything to add to it. It's just an interesting circumstance.
Yes. You should record it. Right, make a
Absolutely,
documentary.
yeah.
If you're interested in that kind of thing.
Like my drones documenting it all. We should be in and out of here within 24 hours, so I should have the full documentation.
That's awesome. Is there a skill? Is there a D&D skill for, like, social media? Or
Yeah.
I'm sure
Content
it's one of the D20 moderns there is. So as this like sort of like moves up behind all of you guys, I unintentionally did that sooner than I meant to because I thought Xylos was further ahead. But that being said, even if that was not the case, there's now vines sort of sealing you guys in here, but nothing else happens. There's like this tense moment where you guys are looking around, like, is this thing going to jump out at us? Nothing seems to happen.
And upon seeing that seal off behind us, I will remind the party about the fact that there was something that's definitely controlling some of these vines from in here.
You guys want to try and crack open this door, try and cut through the vines? What do you guys want to do?
It seemed like Xylos was scanning and thinking about going in the door. So I think maybe that's what I was.
Yeah.
There's like
I was also curious.
Sorry, go ahead.
Is like I don't see Spook, and I think that's probably Spook is trying to not be seen. So is that the case, or
Spook should be right
Spook
here,
should be there? Oh, okay.
I think she's just under a few things.
Yes, but okay. Now that is weird. I mean, I thought I looked at that one. Anyway, I see her now. Okay. So, because if they weren't here, I was going to radio and be like, "What are you? What's your situation?" I guess Silas, you were going to do the door.
And do we want to? Is there a No. There's no sort of access point for this one.
Oh no. Sorry, that's what I was about to say when you started asking about Spook. Like on the wall right next to it appears to be like a keypad. But there's no like terminal to access it.
Like
so it would be trying to hack in, or
right here.
we could make things worse by getting it wrong.
Here, I'm gonna flip places here. So it's like right here.
Okay, sort of on that corner there.
Yeah. So you're like looking at it. You're like, what do we do?
And it's just like an old school keypad. We could go through the combinations to try to open it.
Xylos wouldn't even consider starting on going through the keypad. It would be sort of starting off with breaking it open to sort of work out how it works and seeing it. But who knows if that could trigger an issue in it or itself.
Spook, again, just like suddenly being right behind you, Xylos just goes, how do you think it deals with electrical interference?
I have never seen a ship like this before. My gut reaction is, hold on, I'm just going to do a sort of flat intelligence check, I guess. Or maybe, what do you think? Flat intelligence or computer science?
Oh, I do think this would probably be engineering, because she's kind of asking about like the
engineering,
how
yeah.
it would react from an engineering perspective, yeah.
Engineering intelligence, probably, yeah.
Yeah. You'd assume not well. You're unsure exactly what kind of electrical interference she's referring to, but probably not well, whatever the type.
It could lock it down. It could open it up. Something will happen. That's for sure.
She looks over to you, Cleon, and she goes, "What do you think? Maybe I can pop it open."
What do you know? What's through that door? Cleon is asking Spook.
She points at the sign that's like half covered by a vine that says "computer core."
Gotcha.
I assume that's in there.
What is she asking me again? What did she ask Cleon exactly?
She said, "What do you think? I think I could." I don't remember her exact words. Sorry,
okay.
But she was basically asking if you wanted her to try and pop it open to get.
I go ahead for shocking it open, basically. Yeah.
And Xylos is nodding like, yeah, like he's not interjecting.
It might
or...
work. It might make things equally bad. It's probably not. Yeah.
Clint,
Are there vines around that door too, or not?
They're not around the door, no.
they're kind of present in the area, but not over the door.
Yeah, they're like above the door, but they're not like blocking the door in any capacity.
Interesting.
It's just so weird. I mean, I'm struggling to be in character too, because it's like my gut reaction is not necessarily always lawful neutral. But generally speaking, I think Cleon would say, if you think you can succeed, go ahead.
Well, the phasing that I do seems to give, mostly just me being around, seems to give certain electrical equipment a problem, so I figure we could use it in a beneficial way for once.
Give it a try. If you think it'll work.
Yeah. So she will
And
do...
what Xalis is going to do during that is trying to pull the door apart.
Sure. So basically, she activates her Phantom Shift ability and just like slides her hand through the panel, and it just like starts to fizz out. It's like bzzz, like electricity like shooting all over the place, and it starts to smoke, and you can hear the door just like. And it like tries to open, but it tries to open too quickly. So like one's like off the rails upward, and the other one just goes down. So it's like stuck, and there's like a gap up here and a gap down here. Wow. And she sort of just looks at the door, and she's like, "It kind of works."
Leon could probably finish the job.
Yeah,
just opening it.
And Xanos did sort of less than nothing with his -1 to strength.
Yeah, Xylos is like, and then Cleon steps up, and you're like, "It's fine," and you slam it open.
Good job, Xylos. I loosened it up for you.
Yeah.
Let me.
Yeah, we're fine. Let's go. Yeah.
I like the idea of you like pulling it open, and Xylos stumbles inside. I got to get my reveal tool. Where'd you go? There it is. Here, we'll just do a nice little square like this. Welcome to the computer core.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, I got a bar left over here. Pop. All right, what are we doing?
Clinton's actually going to tell Sovak, hold position, guard R6. Tell Ryland to move up and stay, like, basically with Cherry. Like, right behind me, basically. So, I guess we should all be ahead of Xylos. But,
But for like the context of like how it happened, yeah.
Right. So I guess to some extent, to start off with, Cleon gets ahead of Xylos. Does anything happen?
No, nothing happens.
Okay.
I will say, you guys have stopped hearing whatever movement you were previously hearing.
Okay. And it
Although,
sounded
to
like...
be entirely fair, that could just mean that it's not moving anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
We're not moving that much. Maybe we'll hear it again
And
as we continue to move.
Xanos will say,
Oops.
Cleon, I'll have my drone make sure that this is intact. and just have the drone sort of like do a sort of loop of this sort of center, like looking at the center,
Sure.
Gotcha.
while sort of like sharing the video feed between us and anyone else that's looking at that.
Yeah. Other than a vine going through it, it looks like the terminal still functions. Like it's still,
Yeah.
you know, the dim light, it's still on. Terminals, plural.
Yeah.
If you guys sort of want to move forward and check it out.
Yes, can I, order Ryland to basically be where Xylos is right now and guard that position?
Sure thing.
You know, as we move in.
We
That
will
way I've
need to know
got
what Cherry and Armilla are doing now.
Yes. Try to keep us all covered.
Yeah, and with Ryland going there, like Zealous will be sort of like looking at the feed and sort of be shuffled outwards a little bit.
Armilla,
Yes.
are you moving in? Are you staying where you are?
I moved up.
Oh, okay. But you didn't say anything, so I didn't like realize. So
Yeah, it looks like Cherry moved up too. I think. I mean, we're heading toward the middle here. Like I'm not really moving, but that's where we're going, right? To the middle.
yeah, you guys are probably checking out the computer core, I would imagine. And it's just kind of what
Yeah.
you're here for.
Yeah,
So
indeed.
probably
And
need to double check.
once Cleon starts moving, I'll be sort of like 20 feet behind.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like Cherry to be basically right behind me. You know, so that Cleon and Cherry are the two that are proceeding into the room. And I think I don't know. I think Xylos maybe should come behind because
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm
I'm
sort
just
of
thinking-
wanting to sort of make sure that you've you're able to do your due diligence without me getting in the way, so that
Mhm.
when I get there, I'm able to sort of, okay, I get to have fun at the terminal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think Spooks already knows what Spook's doing. So
Yeah, I think Spook will actually like announce that she's gonna stay back. Not so far back that she's like out of the room and by herself, but she's like, I'm gonna stay
Right.
back because of the interaction I have with, you know, electronics, and that's a big old computer
Right.
terminal, and I probably shouldn't be close to it. So I think she'll probably
Gotcha.
be like right over here.
Oh, one other thing I will be doing during this time as well is, after last time, having my drone check the bloody ceiling.
Interestingly, the majority of this place seems to be like pretty intact in terms of the actual ceiling.
Fantastic.
So Wyrick, Sovok, and Armilla, are they staying out of the room or are they entering the room?
I th-
Okay. Thought I was in the room, but okay.
I mean, the room where the door was just opened. Actual computer core, not like this storage hallway, basically.
I am following along.
Okay.
So I'm gonna basically continue to guard this hallway and bring up the rear of everybody.
Mhm.
So Lyric will move in behind Armilla, and if battle ensues, Sovok will come in. But otherwise, unless battle ensues out in the hallway, in which case we'll all run back out there.
Makes sense.
But yeah,
But with that, would you guys like to head over to the terminal?
yeah, I was gonna ask, is it pretty much any of the 6 terminals? Just grab the closest one. type
Except
deal.
the one that's like enveloped by a vine. Yeah.
Right. So I guess,
Okay,
I mean, maybe Cleon would go there and make room for Xylos.
if that winds up happening, they're moving forward.
Mhm.
Then yeah, Xanos will sort of settle down here, and also with regards to the point that the vine is sort of pointing into that, having the drone just constantly look at that sort of injection point, shall we say.
Sure. All right, you want to toss up some computer use?
Yeah.
You sort of flick it on, and it's like, yeah, it's clearly still functioning, and you're delving into this computer terminal. There's a lot of, relatively speaking, like old logs. I think. Oh, there you go. I think with the especially with that, like the most recent input log seems to be like a recording from. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, I got to double check something, and then I can finish that thought.
Yeah. Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
Let me see. I just don't want to get my dates wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. So the oldest one is from 130 years ago, or the most recent one. Sorry. The oldest one's quite a bit older than that. The oldest one actually reads like the oldest. No, I guess sorry, you wouldn't have access to that at this point. But the most recent is this video recording from about 150 years ago. It is just labeled. It's labeled research log 485. Dr. Robert Raw. Spelled R-A-H.
Right. Clan Raw. I remembered that this is all about the device that Cleon has, and so he's pulled that out, and I guess all the information you were just giving us is being recorded in that device.
Yeah, it very potentially could be, but I there is like a little bit of a hiccup. Because like as you're looking at this, do you want to like hit play on it, or do you want to do you want to plug in the device? Like, what are you doing here?
That's exactly, yeah. I mean, as Cleon starts looking, or not Cleon, as Xylos starts doing the search that they just did, Cleon will pull the device out and say, I have orders to get the oldest files first, but as many as I can get with this device. So plug this device into the console, however it needs to be,
And Xanos has no reason to doubt any of that. And will sort of facilitate that in the best way that he possibly can.
Yeah, you sort of hold up this device. He holds up this device, and you take it from Cleon, and you look at it, and it's just like this. It's like this modern device, and then it's like an adapter, which is like daisy chained onto an adapter, and an adapter, and an adapter, going like quite a bit further back, and you're like. But yeah, you do find like a port that's like like a USB port that you can plug it into. But I think as you plug it in, a warning flashes. It says warning. So I should say just before you plug it in, a warning flashes. Well, that's probably simultaneously. Power drain detected. Terminal use limited.
And we do another plasma ammo cartridge to boost its, like we did with the door, boost its power.
Potentially, you'd have to find or jury rig a place to give that adapter. But if that's something you want to do,
yeah. So like I will sort of hesitate before sort of plugging in this sort of like USB to USB-C to Thunderbolt to HDMI to
well, that's exactly what it is.
Sort of before actually sort of committing to it, saying looks like this might be the energy that is left from our PowerPoints from our PowerPoint. I don't know if we'll be able to open the next door at this point with if this is all drained. Shall I just go for it now? I'm up for it, but it means that we'll have to reassess.
It specifically being what?
It being plug in, as in do the download now. Should I do the download now, or so that we definitely get it, or should we wait until? Okay, yes, and
sure.
No, I'm plugging in. We're doing it. Because that's
you plug it in and I imagine you very quickly set it up to start with the oldest files and download from there to the newest files, kind of thing. And like as you're sort of like setting it up, there's like a warning about the severe power drain. It says that it will limit like your download speed, basically. So of course the idea comes in again that like you might want to see if you can juice it up like you did at the door.
And I'm going to say that we need to do that.
I mean, assuming Xylos thinks it's possible, Xylos might say, I don't see how to do it, but I think everybody at this point is suggesting to Xylos, can we do what we did at the door again here?
I'll do what I can in this. To try and speed up the download, I guess, is the instruction right now.
Speed up the download, and the only way you can see doing that is to either divert power from the life support or to plug another device in, like a battery cell or what have you. Although, to be fair, if you did divert powers to the life support, it would mostly affect the distribution of the oxygen from the giant arboretum you're in. So, you'd be fine in here, and you guys do have these vacuum suits, but there's somewhere between 50 and 1,000 people on this ship, so do you really want to divert the power from the oxygen? Sorry, divert the oxygen distribution.
Yeah, let's keep life support going.
For the last attempt, was that one of the blasters, the laser pistols?
Yeah, that was one of the laser pistol power cartridge things that function as its ammo.
In which case, Xanos will sort of be sort of fixing that up and use his own laser pistol to sort of for this setup, speed up that download using his own laser pistol.
Why don't you give me a engineering check? You will have advantage because you already did this once.
Nice.
And remind me, what is that? Sorry, I think you cut out on my end for a second.
Engineering check, you will have advantage.
Lovely.
18 will be sufficient.
double ones. We all blow up.
Yes.
While you expect to see like an immediate change in the speed of the download, and you expect the warning to go away, instead what you actually see is that the vines that are attached to the terminal start to faintly glow, and the warning like persists that there's like a power drain. And you, sort of looking at this and given the timing, Xylos, you realize the vines are draining the power. And
I was going to say that.
and I will say that to the party. But at the I'll say that these vines are definitely draining the power, but at the same time they seem like such a mechanism, so I'm a bit afraid of what cutting their power will do.
yeah, I mean that's up to you.
Yeah, but they are draining that power consistently.
I think like
and
sort of
we need to. We're on a time limit.
Yeah. And it is definitely affecting this task. And not to mention what other tasks it might affect ahead, as the vines are draining the power from the ship.
Okay. Can we get this task effectively completed and then leave? Or is that like a to be determined kind of thing?
No, I think you might be misinterpreting. The vines are basically preventing you from completing this task right now. It'll take you like 100 times longer to finish it.
Oh,
like just to be blatantly clear. Yeah, they are delaying the download.
It'll the download will happen very quickly if we cut those now.
Mm-hmm. And if you don't, you're losing time basically.
Oh,
right.
So we need to cut the vines.
I got the impression the vines are part of the problem here.
Could be. I think before you guys can even fully complete the thought, a vine whips out of this like northern vent at Rylan.
Poor Rylan.
Yeah, so it like wraps around him, and Rylan's gonna need to make a strength save. That is a failure. So Rylan is basically pulled like all the way to the vent and like slammed against the side of it. While I finish this thing's surprise round, you guys can roll initiative for me.
Just have a look at DMs as well.
Sure. Right. Let's see. So it's going to be... What is this? Get out of here. 5... No.
I wasn't on Works token when I clicked it.
Oh, nice.
Sovok was ready.
Yeah. All right.
It's an exciting moment.
Basically what happens here is Rylan gets pulled to the vent, and a claw comes out and like tears into his face, and he's gonna take a bunch of damage, but for the moment he does survive. However, we're gonna have to close the episode as he's like being like pulled up into the vent, and we're gonna have to wrap up there, unfortunately.
Hang on, Rylan.
And we'll get back to rescuing our friend next time.
Absolutely.
Brady will never let us live it down.
Right. But hey, maybe if that scars, they'll be able to tell the difference.
Yeah.
We'll find out what happens next time.
For sure. Yeah. So that was a fun time.
Yeah.
I think we got some really interesting stuff going on here, and I look forward to seeing more when we come back next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
but I think
look forward to it. Yeah.
I think that's going to be us for today. Thank you all so much for coming. I hope you all have an absolutely fantastic evening, and hopefully we'll be here next week.
Yes.
Have a fantastic evening, everyone, and as always, great gaming.
Goodbye. Be well.
Thanks for coming by.
Bye.